by Chaos's Kislev to stat like 24 different Aboleths.
Yeah. Oh, that was a lot of that in the last thing there. Hello, we should be live now. To all the lovely viewers out there. You know, hopefully that works. It looks to work for me, so I assume it also works. But yeah, no, that campaign was much harder than I expected. Do the little objective. I had it suggested by Jonas that the campaign was only 15 turns long. We do that, then suddenly it is not just 15 turns long. There are stacks and stacks of people up on the board. I'll continue doing that tomorrow. But not tonight, no. We need to get back to this. What's Aboleth to fight? To expose yourself to, and then...
Expose myself? Excuse you? That sounds indecent.
I mean, they don't wear anything. For like slime.
Yeah. And you know, Ares the one who's been stripping the slime off of them.
Nor do dragons, for that matter, typically. So.
Well, it's a good thing I hear those European people are very comfortable with nudity.
You know,
right? This is a nudist beach. It's what I hear. All the servants of Millard, you know, they're around butt naked.
Tell me about the status of public nudity in Denmark, you two.
Oh, public? Yeah, I'm not gonna... Well, okay, so I've heard, not from personal experience, that it's frowned upon. You might get in some trouble. But most people will probably just leave. Be honest.
Fast. Yeah.
You're like, oh, that's weird.
Really? Where they're not cool with it. They'll just book it. Like,
yeah, I mean, what are they going to confront you? No,
no, they're going to call the cops and then they're going to leave.
Well,
honestly, when I think about like someone naked just walking down the street, I'd probably just be like, let's go take another different route. I think most people would react like that, honestly.
Really? So it's...
No, I wouldn't call.
It's not an ignore it situation. It's this is a problem.
Yeah. Well, it's also really cold, so probably wouldn't be by choice, right?
Yeah. A bit like maybe they escaped.
I don't know. I've heard stories of those ultra tough Scandinavians like beating their chest outside when it's below freezing.
The Finns do.
Yeah.
So some people here do bathe in like winter water.
Wow. Hey,
degrees.
That's not
out in the sea. Chop a hole in the ice, Ari.
I never chopped a hole in any ice.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
But that's not me. I don't do that. I don't enjoy.
Okay.
I mean, you go in the sauna after.
Big fan of the sauna either.
Well, you like the sauna if you've been in the ice cold water.
Probably. Probably.
That's when you like the sauna.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. Right. Anyway, cold Scandinavians aside, let's move on with this game.
Ari, it's your turn for a recap. Do you feel okay with giving a recap?
I'll do my best. I took some notes on my phone before I passed out, so.
That's all right. Let's go on an adventure.
Yes. All right. Last session. Not last week, but the one before. Yeah. Vercingetorix narrowly beated the adventurers out of Westgate. Now finally accepting that she'll have to overtake the city if anything was to ever be done. And Player-wise, that means that I cannot use the adventure dice for now. They don't want to work for me. You know. Luckily, the green dragon will most likely make lots of use of them, so they're still useful. Um, also worked on the portal, the Thayan portal, and ended up making it in the Tomb of the Dragon. You know, there's lots of nice defenses there, and probably not many people will enjoy a meeting with them. Emisure set adventurers to finish her work with finding a way to counter the aberrants, and then went out on an epic adventure to make a special anti-aberrant poison to an old underwater temple of Tolona with a dead but still living high priestess and rolled incredibly well and ended up with a glass bottle with an aura of mass destruction and death. And it should be said that it will also hit aberrants. It's not excuse like it's not it doesn't only hit the aberrant. It's not exclusively aberrant poison. This is atomic bomb in poison form, and yeah, Tricks went to Emmy, and upon seeing this poison and talking to Emmy, determined that maybe drowning this whole thing in the ocean, to drive away the sovereignty, might not earn her a lot of favor with Umberlee. And the two, after some grumbling and paranoia on Trix's part, uh, determined that this could be used for intimidation. That would be a more efficient idea. And now the question was, how on the earth do we lure a lot of aberrants, so that we can threaten them, kill some of them with this poison, uh, make it clear that it's excruciatingly uh, powerful and destructive, and then let some live and go back so that the sovereignty can actually learn of this. And the conclusion was that what they want is Visegatrix, so she should be served on a silver platter, maybe looking, a little rough for wear, and yeah, that's a good plan. So Visegatrix is gonna, dangle out in the water all alone, and it's gonna be great. That's it.
To add a tangential bit to the recap, I've heard plenty of stories over my 3 decades of life that are cautionary tales about how to be careful what you wish for because you just might get it. It's all like Edgar Allan Poe or like the monkey's paw shit, or like genies, or like the throne of gods, like giving you like the split like letter instead of the intent. No, Tolona gave me the perfect intent. Like, that was a full-on honoring explicitly everything I, as a player, and I, as a character, wanted. And I'm still like, maybe I could have asked for something else.
It's like, I was thinking about it, and it was like, this is not like, oh, like we have the app, like, the apple that's poison, right? No, this is poison.
No, it's absolutely like aberrants first.
Yeah, sure.
It's worst for them.
That's right. Like, it is specifically tailored for the physiology of the far realm. It just so happens that you can also dissolve that physiology and dissolve other physiologies too.
Yeah.
Tolona is
very throughout. I think that.
It seems like she is, deeply concerned and interested to see what happens from this. So look forward to the adventure path where someone breaks into the dragon's lair to steal this. Like, we cannot let the dragon use this, only for the dragon to be like, "You fools!" You
Yeah, and
shattered
it's in
the
a normal glass bottle with like a cork. So,
vial.
what could go wrong?
I mean, if you're
I'm an epic
constructed,
tier green dragon. What the fuck do you adventurers think you're doing? We thought you were gonna poison the world. What's wrong with you?
I mean, it's sort of in your portfolio, really. You know,
My
Green
portfolio.
Dragon poisons.
Would
Big
you like if
sister.
the world was covered in poison? You're immune to poison. Like,
Even
Fighting
this
a
game
frantic
has a
combat.
difference between disease and poison, though.
right?
But
Yeah, you argue about adventures with that. That's
The Ventures are like, no, she will try to break the vial in this combat. We must protect it. The
quickly,
dragon's like,
polymorph the dragon.
oh no,
The dragon's immune.
work.
Ah!
Polymorph the dragon. That would
Here's the
laugh
thing:
at
putting it, I believe, where you did, here, next to the light of Nabanian. It's
Mhm.
not like Norla's Summer's Pub would let anyone touch that either.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, it's not the reason I'm here, but you really should not mess with that. Terrible thing.
I just want a future where he's just like guarding
I,
fucking an array of crazy shit.
see, I haven't told anyone but Zalaznar like explicitly, and of course we're Cicatrix, but word gets around, especially because adventurers, they know some things about the details. They didn't know that I've actually done it just yet, but word can get around. That's how adventures are made.
Hmm.
All right, we resume in the middle of this year.
Yes. Now, luckily, last time we completed 2 of our goals, which means that we have 2 we can put something in.
What goals do
Can
we
you post-
currently have?
Yeah.
You have capture Nabanian and take control of and hold Westgate. I believe last time you finally constructed a portal to the virtual
Yes.
plane, and you acquired a weapon that you could use against
All right.
Amaleks.
My goal is to scare the Abelethic sovereignty from this region. I would basically to remove them from here. They can go anywhere else on this planet. I just don't want them to be here.
The method for that is, you have the method,
Mhm.
but given the rules I have set up for how these goals work, it's still gonna be hot gold because they don't want to, and they're pretty damn powerful.
Okay.
So there's definitely going to be some actual opposition to them leaving, but you could argue that it's not as hard now as it certainly has been, right? Because you have a means. So let's see here. What we call that? Yeah, maybe scare the Ethic sovereignty from the Dragon Coast. Is that sufficient? Yeah.
We'll know when it's done. Well, ostensibly, maybe. You'll know
We'll know
when
when
it's
they
And
have
that giant
fled.
goddamn icon is away.
done.
That's the goal, right? All right. Then, Eri,
Ares' goal is
Right.
to beat the Chosen of Umberlee in a game of dice.
No.
an old pirate, he plays a lot of dice.
Paradise. I mean, it's right there in the name. I can't think of anything. Yeah.
2 weeks, Ari.
Well, I looked in Discord and I was like, I don't fucking know. Like,
What you want to
what
accomplish?
do
Yeah.
I'm gonna have this big combat today, and then I'm gonna try and keep
on to
Westgate. Yeah,
Westgate,
I was like, I'm not gonna I've considered figure out what the fuck is going on with the Cyric or Bane or whatever. No, that I don't know about that. I don't have anything formulated that could be a
I
goal.
get you. Don't want to look too far ahead of what's happening today. Want to keep your options open. I get
I
you.
mean, it's
Yeah.
also, it's harder to get rid of goals that you set because it takes an extra turn for them to
Yeah,
be reinstated as something new.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean, with that done, we are in the middle of a year. It's nice summertime, and warm and toasty. Sort of almost like Like we're down here, sort of in southern France or Spain, sort of environments, right? I'm not exactly sure. I guess like the southern U.S. states, north of Florida still, but
All
sort of
right, just
warm,
for reference, yesterday it was 29 degrees Celsius, and I saw my first wasps.
That's pretty warm.
Oh lord. Oh god.
That's pretty damn
I've
warm.
heard
Yeah.
of these wasps. No thank you. No thank
There
you.
we go. There's your reference point.
Yeah. Ooh, that's hot. It's pretty
Are
hot.
they bit?
Oh, that's
Are
warm.
they the Malar wasps? Show up at the eel fort.
Yeah. So we basically just agreed on a plan. It's ready to execute last time. Cicatrix is gonna go out just alone by the sea and frolic, like a bird bathing, sort of flopping around in the
Bird.
waves, being, oh, I am ever so powerful and has nothing to fear from anything. Look at me, so helpless and alone. And actually gonna be helpless and alone. For enough time that they notice and probably take this chance to just sort of get the dragon, figure out what the hell happened. But the city did not fall, and they sort of felt a mental shriek as their astral kraken got destroyed. Very confusing and concerning. Very puzzling. Now this dragon definitely had something to do with it.
Whopping
So,
bluff of 15.
yeah.
I mean, like, as Manikai described at the end of last session, when I was like, why would these incredibly intelligent creatures like come out and do this? They do want answers, and you're going to have answers.
Yeah, even if it's by fighting them and showing them how you did it, that's acceptable. Theoretically, after all, they want to get you while you're there, and they can keep coming, right? There's no shortage of aboleths in the sovereignty. There's like a whole bunch of them.
So I mean, really, you could pick wherever you want to. You could go like play on this island. You could
Well, I'm gonna stay somewhere where Emmy can see me.
where I could see you. No, that's not. That can't be how it's gonna work.
Okay, well, so you're just gonna sit there nailed to the ring?
Well, yeah, like your current emotional state. Like, I don't need to like tell like what your general status is. Your emotional state turning from like this is really dumb and fucking stupid to I will murder everything.
I'll murder everything, or oh god, that's a lot of them. Fuck.
Yeah.
Ah!
It only takes a minor
Emotional
action.
state. Ah! Yeah. Just scream. Oh.
She appears frightened. I've scarcely seen her like this.
Is it angry or it's not paranoia? It's like actual fright.
Should I teleport to her? What if she wants to teleport to me?
Yeah.
So let's have the opening scene of this episode be mists rolling over what appears to be an open sea, right?
Yeah.
Sort of moving waters, slight waves, strangely undulating about. Specific chicks, can see the mist thicken further ahead. It's quite clear to see quite far here, if not obscured by something. Like what's Specific doing? Like just sort of sitting in the water, or like going under, or what's the?
I think she would like hunt probably.
I'd say like these used to be my waters. This is my birthright.
She'll like she went down once, big hole appeared here, and she saw something that was not, and I mean her mind is like maybe it was this thing, something aberrant. Seems like something horrible. It's probably those guys. So that's like in the back of her mind, but she's trying to just like, all right, well, I mean, this is a plan. But she probably tried to like look, like, oh yeah, so, and then that happened for like half a minute, and I was like, all right, that's not gonna work. And then she
We cannot
decided
see
to go.
the 4 barrels of aboleth poison like inside her stomach that she just.
Aboleth poison breath. Yeah, hunting. You'll find much of the normal prey gone, but you do find something, a massive, almost like your size, pale deep sea eel. That is here. Fangs and covered in a slick slime, much like you would find upon an aboleth. As it is moving about, clearly scouting the outer perimeter of this fog. Hunting it, though,
Alright.
you will find that most of its abilities are based on acid, which you're not
Alright.
overly bothered by. Really. It still has teeth
What?
and stuff, but mostly it's
she'll-
acid in there.
Yeah, alright. Well, that's gross. She's not gonna eat that.
No, but it will certainly notice you, and
Yeah.
then slither away quickly. Surprisingly quick.
Yes, she'll pretend to let it.
Not that much faster than you. You're pretty fast in water. But,
How was my niche of macro editable again? This was
What?
resolved last session.
Over
How? I didn't
time.
change anything.
do not allow players to edit the macro.
Yeah, and then,
Conspiracies.
she keeps looking, I suppose. There's nothing.
Hmm.
Just. Is there anything interesting on the seafloor?
Give me a perception.
Did
how
someone
well
lose
aware
like
you're-
a coin or something? You know what?
Coin.
Perception's even worse than. Doesn't have anything to do with stabbing, as it turns out.
You dive down, 200 meters to 4. Really, it's at this point. When you're out this far, you sort of begin to get to the point where you can get down below sort of a light visible zone, right? But yeah, you can move down, and well, they come quickly. The change is stark as the water begins to get thicker, heavier with the mucus.
I was
And,
gonna say, I don't. Once that happens, I go up again.
Sure. And
It's like some sort of like horror movie, like gonna get naked and take a shower in here. Nobody comes
Yeah.
and stabs me.
Like,
Gonna go
oh, the
swim.
water turns into jello. Let's blood color it. I think I'm gonna.
It's time to play around.
Yeah. Oh, that's weird. I won't let anyone know.
put you in your fallen star.
And literally, I suppose.
Maybe the real fallen star was you all along.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. It's like, oh.
Fun fact. When the big thing that actually is the fallen star meteorite came and smashed into Beer Toral, dragons appeared in the world soon after. So yeah, a lot of people believe that the dragons actually came.
Oh,
came
wow.
A full circle for this campaign there.
We're aliens.
You take
Well.
that back. You didn't mean it. Loading map Sea of Fallen Stars. 49 out of 59. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
load this and it'll be
whoa.
like
Oh, it's all tokens.
that's what I feel like I'm loading. 100 megabytes of Avalabs, my god. There she is. It looks so beautiful there.
It's like
So pretty.
Oh, just innocent swimming.
You've got like one of those like 50s like documentaries done by like some sort of like snooty British asshole. And over here.
The dragon is enjoying its natural habitat, unaware of the predators lurking close by.
But there is no food.
What will this-
How will the
what will
dragon
this
survive the
struggle for
winter?
nature? Yeah.
These fantastic creatures.
Even if it survives, it may still die.
All right.
And there's like,
we
oh,
got
look at the
26.
markings. It's been hurt. It's basically dead.
Scarred and rejected
It's
by its
camouflage.
kind.
It's a ruse to like trick like would-be predators.
You know what? In this case, it might work for her.
Yeah, you're swinging
Wow,
swing
she
around
looks
down here.
really broken and beaten up, huh?
I
Uh,
could take her.
Oh,
All
that's my
right.
normal look.
there here.
It's like if you show up to some place and people are like, "Oh, you look rough," and it's
Mm.
like, "Thank you."
Thanking them. Should I call for help from someone? No.
Oh, oh, this beautiful seaweed.
I will
you
say you're
know.
not surprised. Shipping
I
approach.
can't be surprised
Oh
anyway.
yeah. Oh,
So
this was sort of the whole plan, wasn't it?
yeah, just saying. There's no surprising
So,
the paranoid dragon.
turns out that your perception check wasn't amazing compared to their like stealth. Hard as it may be to think of something stealthy underwater, aboleth slime does sort of bend the light, making them almost like a glistening silvery fish, almost
Gonna
see-through.
say,
in
I
the sea
can
here.
definitely stealth underwater too.
yeah.
So
As sure here they search in on you. First.
just imagine Emmy just like poking the ring all the time, like is
Just
yet,
fucking like,
yet,
you know,
is
just
yet.
like wearing it, just like sunning herself happily. Like Zalaznar's like standing by, looking very grim. Like, but this was the plan. This was Zalaznar's suggestion. And suddenly,
Oh
Emmy's really through.
wow!
Like, oh, it's time to go.
Yeah. So what you
Gothic
see
mind
basically as
flight,
they begin to come in to view is of course scum. You've faced them before. They're dangerous. You've had to deal with them. You know their psionic touch. A couple of aboleths, the sort of ones that usually would be scouting, probably already out here amongst the outer edges of the territory, keeping an eye on things.
Where's that betrayer eel?
Oh, he left. You know,
Okay, well,
they know that you're Black Dragon. They're not going to bring the acid eels for you. That would not be a smart move, would it?
yeah, you
They,
know.
as it turns out, I can reveal to you, they're like actually like a good third of their forces are mostly acid based, so digestive fluid and stuff like that. So those are not here. But
I mean, it's a good gig. Like, I think.
here you have an aboleth that seems older. Its tentacles are slightly smaller, but it has a more powerful psionic field around it. It doesn't swim as much as it sort of just hovers through the water, controlling it around itself as it moves quickly towards you. It's followed by
Oh
a
yeah,
little
that looks
thing,
menacing.
a little eyeball pink thing with long tentacles behind it that sort of swims almost like you would think like an octopus. Its eye, as it stares at Cicatrix, begins to pierce the Cicatrix's mind, clearly attempting to basically like read it. It's a mind reader. Over here, you have what was once probably some of the people that they kidnapped and have sort of forged together and warped and twisted. They are strange creatures, looking like a large worm of sewn together fleshy bits, multiple rows of teeth and mouths and tentacles and appendages sort of all mixed together. Beyond that, they glisten with a bluish glint from their many tentacled arms. Definitely creatures exposed to spellfire and the spell plague. The touch of the aberrant. As they sort of wheel around, they seem mostly insane. Is what they're doing, and are sort of being targeted towards you.
It would have come to as a surprise for you if I said that I had consumed or will consume already a potion of like resist psychic.
No, I think that's probably something the dragon can have figured
I
out.
was gonna say,
It lasts for
you
like an
know,
hour anyway.
these days it's like, oh, I'll have 2 of each. These days it's like, all right, I'll
Like
take
Tic
fucking
Tacs.
10.
Yeah.
You
All right.
know. It's only resist 10 now.
At this point, it's basically
Not
roll
made of
initiative,
money
right?
anymore.
We need to roll initiative. Who goes first? They are taking you very seriously.
Initiative. Ugh.
Well, look at that.
Ugh.
Tuck
3.
myself in this corner and act on that initiative.
Yep.
Yikes.
As from the water bursts, suddenly, the first thing is this Slayer moving in rather quickly to do bad things to you. sliding through the water without trouble. As it nears, it reaches out one of its sparking, glistening, bluish tentacles and will use a blue fire strike, trying to land a hit on the dragon to slow it down so the others might more easily invade its
No.
mind. Because that's their goal here. Primary goal, of course, is kill the dragon. That'd be great. Secondary goal would be capture the dragon. Tertiary, at least get a scan of the dragon's mind and figure out how it did what it did.
Can't wait for them to find out that this dragon just stabbed them. It's like, how did it do it? It stabbed them many, 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 many times.
Right, with stabbing.
That's what it did. Yeah.
This one moves over here, and we'll do what aboleths do. You know, try to do mind things. Probably not surprising to you, as it turns its many apolethic
No.
eyes towards you. We'll try to draw your attention. They force you to focus on its eyes and to forget everything else. Eyes of madness. Failing, however, to
No.
capture your
No.
mind with its things. The scum are not as quick as most of the other creatures here. Yeah, dangerous nonetheless. But yeah, they sort of swim forward. Moving here, basically repeating the action. The other one trying
Yeah,
to
very
eye the
lumpy.
madness.
That's rude, Ari.
Oh, sorry.
The disrespect.
And here,
Oh, they
it
would
does a
be
blue
cute.
fire strike.
Oh lord, that
That
will
looks like
hit.
a hit. Well, 27 cold fire damage, and you're dazed until the end of its next turn. Your next turn.
All right.
As you can feel the spellfire sort of creak across you, beginning to harm and burn, like
Ugh.
some of the magical essence that makes you a
Ew.
dragon, a magical, inherited magic. These weird screaming tentacle things. They can't scream in here because, of course, it's underwater. But yeah, it's what happens to people when they're brought in. They're much more powerful than the people they're made from. Reciprocate, you get to act as these are descending upon you.
With a single action.
Until the end of his next turn, so it's not a save. That's
End
a
of your
bummer.
turn, yeah.
Yeah. All right, sorry. Might fart. Oh, there it is. Oh,
Okay.
you get this? Like, oh, all right. Back.
He's just single action, teleports out of there. Fuck this plan.
Yeah.
Bye.
whoop. No. All right. It is. Yeah, I'll do. Oh no, one action. Yeah. When we get to meditate. How cruel. All right. I'll do circling predator
What are you attacking?
on apolethic slayer one. What?
Right. Well, a 44 hits. And so does a 47. So that is then 27. You lay into the fleshy thing. It certainly wobbles and twists, but continues unrelentingly, replacing whatever teeth that fall out with rows from further down the throat.
Okay.
You're no longer dazed,
Hey.
which is good, because a lot of these things are bonus to attack things that are dazed.
Yes.
Initiatives.
Well,
This
that's
one moves
my
forward.
one. Action.
The master, Aboleth, moves forward and will reach out its mental power. Being certainly older than the other ones, has a minor action here to mind snap.
No.
No.
Thank God for all my feats to increase will. Of 39, this is what as good as it gets. I can't. There's no more feats.
Well, so be it. When you're not dazed, it has a limited amount of things to do. It can, however, try to momentarily take over your body.
Oh. Now, does it care about concealment?
Yes, I suppose it would.
Oh, actually, no, that will not sit in yet.
Okay.
When you attack something, I did not have combat advantage when it attacked, so it will hit.
Right, you take 9 psychic damage. Slide you up to 5
So
squares.
nothing.
That said, it actually is.
Oh, okay.
You're sort of they sort of wanted you here right now,
Yeah, I mean,
in range of all these things. Some of them will hit. They need here because they don't like fighting alone. You make it. It moves up. It tries to slam.
no. Yeah.
Immiserated
Alright.
here. You can probably sense
Immiserated
what is the change here in the Cicatrix's feelings.
I think for a little while she was annoyed, right? Because it was like, okay, there's no hunting, there's nothing, like even though that's not her primary job, right? It's like it feels very inefficient, you know. Um, like it's hard to see it done when nothing is fucking happening. So at first I think it's like, oh, like you see one pair of eyes, then you see two, then you see three, and then like, all right, there's a lot. It's like, so I think it's like first like, oh, all right, finally, we're starting, and then it's like, oh shit, there's a yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think it's just like a flurry of like sensations, right? Because she's basically just being attacked by everything.
Cut to the Green Dragon doing calisthenics or something on like the shoreline next to the Grand Temple of Malar. Takes the minor action, like thinks about the ring. Chronomotion will say, "Oh, it's changed." How about that? Means it's time. A standard action then causes a swirl of energy. As the Green Dragon teleports. We'll say. I don't know. I'll just flip a fucking coin.
Right? It's like,
Well, it's just a matter like the Green Dragon's not gonna know. So like
no, it's true.
there will be like sufficient. It's like the Green Dragon just swirls and coalesces and realizes she's underwater and like she figured that would happen. It's still like the sea shimmer cloak being what it is, allowing her to breathe and act perfectly fine underwater. Just a minor sort of like hiccup.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes. You gain a swim speed equal to your speed and can breathe underwater. Great. That's a standard action. That's a minor action. A move action as she like whips her eyes around to like observe the situation. Like, look at where Cicatrix. Okay. This looks good. This looks fine. The move action will be converted into a minor as the Impossible Slayer, Elder of the Emerald Enclave, Topaz Crusader, activates her Shield of the Iron Mine. The burst creates a zone that lasts until the end of the
Yes.
encounter. When she moves, that zone moves with her. She and her allies gain a +4 power bonus to will and saving throws. I will now also spend an action point. It's worth noting that as part of my epic destiny, I know the location of all aberrant creatures within 5 squares of me at all times. I don't grant combat advantage, and if they have cover or concealment normally, I do not suffer from it. She knows they're close by.
Oh yeah, all around.
Yeah. Yes.
Doesn't
What are your
care
current
about
status?
days,
Here.
Like in any direction.
Yeah. The Cicatrix also knows where they are right now. Like biting her ankles. Ah!
No,
Get off!
because I've spent an action point to take an extra action. She is insubstantial and phasing as her body links in and then just like sort of like melds out of a bit out of reality.
That would look a lot like more real underwater, where everything is sort of flowing anyway. It's like.
Yes, exactly like that. How did you know?
That's the sound.
Her
Effects.
yes. The standard action that I'm getting from the action point is going to be used for an attack I have not performed before, and it'll consume 6 power points.
Oh lord.
As Imizura Legion's psychic energy, her psionics, lashes out viciously from her mind to magnify her presence there, compelling the enemy's hit to focus on her. It's a close burst too for each visible enemy. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 targets. So I will do just that.
They will be the last.
And then the 30 would be a miss. That's a roll of 1. Otherwise, we have a 48, 45, 45, and 42 versus
Wow.
armor class.
Yeah, no. These scum will be obliterated.
nukes. And
by these-
the Abolethric Slayer will just take 8 points of damage.
So what is it? It's like a mind strike, iron presence.
Yeah. Vicious Strike magnifies your presence in his mind. Yeah, it's completely like a mental thing. It's untyped damage, but it just like psionic force like lashes into their brains for like severing them and ripping them apart.
She just like mind hacks them. They just suddenly like lose connection.
The scum was sort of already furiously swimming like in this direction, right? He appears, and then they just sort of like stop moving and just drift like
Yeah.
further into the water.
All right. That is the end of the Green Dragon's turn.
Done and
God, this is her fucking. It's like so equipped for this. It's disgusting.
oh, the green dragon. Well, that explains something, doesn't it? Well, this little thing, it has a very particular job in mind. First, it needs to get a bit closer. To make easier. Not that fast. It's within 10 now, and it can do its. Try to use the mesmerizing visage as it turns its gaze upon you, and just really as much as the perceptors begin to try to draw your attention to it, making your mind swim with foreign feelings and emotions. It's an area burst 2, 10. It's going to put it right between you. So the first one will be against Zure, then Versailles.
Doesn't do anything to me.
No.
Like a miss and a miss. These dragons have very high will defenses, which
Well, you know, fighting aberrants will do that to you.
you know.
This is literally my epic destiny.
Yeah.
I'm here to go.
Masika Strix contemplates, how did I get here?
Well,
Oh yes,
this one
Jaffel, I hate her.
will shift over here and perform.
I suppose I actually, since the Nothic Mind Blade did perform an attack against me, I do have an immediate reaction against that.
Oh, okay.
That would be 46 versus armor class.
Yes.
22 points of damage, and the green dragon teleports away from the black dragon.
All right.
Smack the fuck.
Yeah.
Sorry. Please resume.
Yeah. Well, that changes a little bit. But well, no, it'll just do the same thing anyway. I mean, it's not like it new. It will do the ripples of betrayal, swirling around, and trying to strike anyone around it.
That was going to hit you even with the bonus. There.
Yeah.
27 psychic damage, and you're dominated. Say them.
Yeah, let me just look here. I don't dominate it. That doesn't sound like fun to me. That's what it doesn't sound like. So, but I guess I don't have the bonus because you teleported away.
Yep. I had to use the thing there. I wouldn't be able to get that immediate reaction at all.
Yeah, well then I cannot undo it.
Oh, you had you have like your power to like increase
I like
defenses.
+4, but it's not gonna help me here.
Well, would that have been a power bonus?
Just a +4 bonus to all defenses until the end of your next turn.
Oh, okay. Then it would have been untyped and it would have stacked. Okay.
It's
I
fine.
ditched you.
Take
Take
It's
your
alright.
17 psychic damage.
You could experience mind becoming pliable to the apoplectic invaders. this thing. Just come over here and try to slam into this dragon.
Absolutely not.
20
Just
fuck.
collides and just
Yeah.
result in nothing.
All right. Well, that one is sort of taken care of, really. Still, it might be good to just take care of it entirely. I was on.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna go read about Dominated.
Who's here? I will move out its
I'm gonna make
tentacle.
sure to write the.
Oh boy, that's a crit.
D&D. Or
You want to know about Dominated?
Oh, are you critting? Who are you attacking?
You.
Me.
Yeah, with
All
a
right.
tentacle.
Yes, I mean.
You grant
that will
combat
hit.
advantage while you're dominated, but I suppose do you still do that? Yeah, you have a thing for it.
I mean, you
Well,
crit anyway, so it's
yeah,
irrelevant.
yeah.
That attack, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So that is 23 damage.
Psychic.
and- No, just normal damage.
Just damage. All right.
Slapping you with a tentacle. The psychic damage comes after.
Oh, great.
Is this attack here?
You are pulled 3 squares and marked by the Preceptor until the end of the Preceptor's next turn.
As a free action, when it damages a dazed or dominated target with a tentacle attack, it will also deal you 16 psychic damage.
So 6. I am bloodied.
Basically, as its power is called Mind Bore, as it touches you and your mind opens to it, it begins to read your thoughts and try to sort of get through them. They're doing some damage in between. It's not subtle about it.
Oh, I feel like it's not subtle.
Mhm.
I'll
Yeah, the scum. Go deal with whatever this is. This one, yeah. This is pretty much what they're here for. Over. Tentacle. That looks like a hit as well. Not a crit though.
Overrides the mark. Gives a new mark.
That circle and then put the green one. What's that one?
15 damage.
And then see how much it does. 11 psychic damage.
So 1.
Yeah, I mean, seems handled at least for now. This one
Yeah,
will
I feel
instead.
fucking handled alright.
Well, I guess it'll
Not in
move
a
over
good
here.
way.
It can't make it all the way, but it seems somewhat protective of this this amuletic master. It's, the Nothic is here to read minds, but the master is here to really understand what's going on. He's the leader of this operation.
Alright, Resicatrix counts as being dazed while dominated and only gets 1 action, and her action is determined. The dominating creature chooses your action,
Yep.
but the only powers it can make you use are at-will powers.
And so far, it will just have you move over here, a little closer to the amuletic master. And then I suppose you.
That does put you within 5 of my Shield of the Iron Mind, so you get
Oh,
plus
thank
4 to the
God.
saving throw.
Oh, yes. Oh, what? Do I get +4 to save for 2?
Yes, Shield of the Iron Mind grants plus 4 power bonus to will and saving throws while in the zone. You are now within the zone of 5.
Thank you, Aberrant. Being almost killed me.
Well, it's a save ends effect, so you do get a save. Though the amuletic
Yeah.
master has a power that only works on dominated foes.
Is
So,
it?
so let's see if.
Sorry, is it
The
a
dominating effect
condition
that you're
with
under.
charm, fear, illusion, or psychic keyword?
The power? Yes, it's
Yeah.
both charm and psychic.
Okay, great. Then I have +1 to a save it as a +5.
Right.
And since it's not a dazing effect or a stun effect, I don't get my other +4.
Them dragon solar creatures. They're massive bumps. Yeah,
Look,
well, roll it. Let's see.
at this level, you know, the thing to care about is people stealing your actions and your searches. You right. All right. Yeah. Nope.
You fail.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, then he will do exactly what he wanted to do. Here,
Don't let them carry me off.
he will try to form. So he basically move over here, right? For the enslave power. 40 versus will.
That will
Which
not hit.
will-
but it's plus
32
4.
damage, and if you're reduced to 0 hit points, you become enslaved. By the
Oh lord.
That would be their goal 1, as it were. Does it hit? Yes.
No, only
No.
only because
Oh.
where Cicatrix got dragged into my Shield of the Iron Mind.
Well, you can basically see the thing reaching out its long tentacles, right? And beginning to bore in and beginning to just try to find Basicatrix's sort of free will and remove it, you know.
Snap
Just
it.
cleaning up room.
Wow.
Instead of trying to replace it entirely and preparing the mind to have lots of open doors for the Aboleth to command Basicatrix to do whatever they want. Imbisuri knows what happens to a dragon that is subjected to that ritual. He's fought one before.
Yep, fought and slew one.
That, you know,
Don't let me become a tentacle dragon.
she looks over. She can sort of see
You have to kill
what's
me, do
happening there. These
I
damn
will not.
things will-
There'll be no tentacle limbs here.
That's happening. I don't think they want to interrupt that. Usually it takes a couple tries for the dragon to make it work, but
Okay.
Imbisuri.
Amy's early theory is a cunning stalker, which, and she actually should say opportunistic withdrawal. She gets combat advantage against enemies that have no creatures adjacent to them other than her. And while she's adjacent to an enemy granting combat advantage to her, her movement does not provoke opportunity attacks from that enemy.
Mhm.
As a start before she moves, I will burst for like this, as poison expels from the green dragon's mouth and goes after those 3 scum.
All right.
Where's my button? There's my button. Another 1, a 34, which will be a 36 and a 35 versus reflex.
Hits both of them.
Okay. But the one like adjacent to her like ducks like
Yeah.
underneath like the jaws.
Like trying to slam into her, it just sort of bounces off at an awkward angle.
Illusory Leaders here will take a move action to move without consequence.
All right.
A standard action, this big Aboleth here looks interested and would like to know more. And, Illusory Leaders here is nothing but an instructor of other creatures. And so her claw rears back as she focuses her psychic and psionic energy to lash out with Mind Blade against the Aboleth Master.
Right.
That'll be a 36 versus Will.
36 just hits.
Got close there, viewers. Could have been our first
Woo!
miss of Mind Blade. The
Yeah,
Aboleth
look at your
Master
bonus.
falls
Rolled a 3.
unconscious.
Oh my god. Yeah, you'll snap it out of its own mind for
Oh, thank God. Wait, does that
Savor.
make me non-dominated?
you're
it
dominated
was
by
that
this
one.
thing. And
No, wasn't it one of the apple? I
it's
don't
one of
know.
these
No,
things.
no, you're still dominated.
Oh, yeah,
that-
so
this
it's
is
just like I don't know which one of these motherfuckers. Alright, that one.
It's not a
Alright, that was
concentration thing anyway.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, it's a minor, a move, and a standard. Razor Legio snarls as the master falls unconscious, and she just like baps it like with her claw. A secondary effect. That'll be the end of the turn.
all right. Well, that's upsetting to them. Nothing needs to save its master. How do you do that, Nothing? You look at things. That seems to be the best way. So that's what it'll do. It will look with the eye of insanity, turning its twisted madness against Imbisuri.
That will not hit unless it's a crit.
These things as well will panically themselves in here.
Also will not hit.
Oh, no. Well, it's a crit.
God,
actually.
your defenses are disgusting.
That's a critical hit. Well,
Okay, that's a crit. Then yes, it will hit. By the very nature of it, must.
mhm. Somehow manages to find a point. Do you want 10 damage and be dazed save ends, or 20 damage?
I'll take 10 damage in daze savings.
Alright.
Because you can't be dazed.
Can't be dazed, immune to daze.
Uh-huh.
Alright, my Helm of Able defense no longer applies. As I have been hit after the first round.
So he has to stop. This one was over here. Also,
No.
this one, it's happy to just continue with the ticket. It needs to weaken that one. It needs to mind bore some more here. 42 versus AC.
Yes. I mean, I'm defenseless too,
Just
so
at
it's
21
got like
damage and
fucking
no extra psychic.
free hors d'oeuvres
How
here.
could they know their mind bore power could be overcome with a potion? Somewhat embarrassing, really. Let's down this one. We'll try. No. Strike some sort of out of the scale. The other one is now taking over the marking. Basically, they're taking the attention while their master ideally should be doing something other than sleeping. This one comes over here and will swing a blue fire strike.
The blue fire strike absolutely hits. That was very
23
potent.
cold fire damage. Dazed. Would be. Could be.
Alright, 148.
I think every single enemy in this fight dazes you. Cicatrix.
Is
Gets
still
your
dominated
saving.
and gets
Yeah,
one
I was gonna say,
action.
it's not my option.
Yeah, I
we're
mean,
gonna have
I
fun.
don't. I think their answer would be just they don't understand how the master is knocked unconscious. That does not seem possible. And you can't really. They can't get you to be close enough to Emissary to actually attack.
No, they. I mean,
and
they
you don't
did
have
that.
you don't have a ranged at will power, so
No.
So they will make you. They will sort of take you over here for now. That's
Sure.
put you over there. Just
Oh
sort of be a
no,
little bit,
outside the
a bit further
fucking-
away while they deal with you, while the other dragons get.
you are
covered.
absolutely further away.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Well, you can make your save.
Well, we'll see about that. So that's no bonuses from Eri now.
That's correct. It's not like they helped you last time, though.
No, well, no. Nope.
Weren't gonna help
God,
you that
I'm
time
gonna
either.
All right. Abolithic master doesn't make it
shit.
either. He's
Okay.
unconscious. So all these guys just need to delay this dragon and hurting it. So let's see if they can roll some 20s. Emissary.
The Missouri leader there looks at the congregation around her, looks over at where Cicatrix doesn't know how like she's supposed to spoon feed this black dragon here, right?
I think I'm being spoon fed to the aboleths currently.
They're
You
just
know,
dragging
so-
you along with their tentacles, you know.
Yeah. No, the Aboleth Master remains unconscious, and as a result is vulnerable to a coup de grace. I could use
Mhm.
any attack power I could normally use against the enemy, including a basic attack.
Wait.
And so if I hit, I will score a critical hit. This will be a +7 to the attack rolls as a single power point, which takes me down to 10 power points. Brutal Barrage. The lowest attack roll there is a 41.
Hits all of them then.
Okay, that will be 32 points of damage plus 16d12. It's 153 points of
Oh
damage
my
to the Aboleth
lord.
Master.
All right. Slam. Slamming into its wobbly, wet aboleth form.
She starts carving it.
Terrible blows.
Let's
Yeah, I
see
was
here.
gonna say, I feel like some answers are being given to these things. You know.
All right.
Yes.
As for what else I will do, as I flick my eyes across my various powers. Okay. I should have used that before I used the power. Oh well, these things happen. Let's see here. Anytime you use spinning healings are okay. Not that. That's a fire and cold attack. So just getting resistance to one will not help with the other. As a minor action, I will activate Immortal Endurance, gaining me temporary hit points equal to my bloodied value. My bloodied value is 90. So I
Oh
gain
my
90
God.
temporary hit points.
Well, temporary hit.
And as a move action, I will activate the Star Opal Ring, which allows me to teleport up to 10 squares. As Imizuri Legionnaire winks out of existence away from those creatures and appears next to her Cicatrix and the 2 Perceptors. That'll be the end of the turn.
They bubble concerned because they have also been like, from their perspective, we'd see for a moment just a twisted view of the like hazy view of what happened during the fight with the Astral Kraken as they gaze over to Imizuri Legionnaire, now concerned that this dragon might be the same green dragon.
No, I have I have a whole horde of green dragon servants in my employ. I mean, I wish. That would be great. Only if they were a little easier to deal with me.
Who's
You
here?
know.
This is the I Am Insanity enemies.
That will not hit, unless it's a crit. And even if a crit, I can't be dominated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
God.
No.
Drive it away. Oh, no. Right. This one can try to recharge its not. Then it will simply use the fire strike.
Will not hit.
Imishuri has faced the blue flames before.
Yes. She has. It's almost like she's been training against this because no Banyan's also covered in blue flame.
This one's like, nah, I'll shift away. Out of the way. Not interested in that. And then it will just poke Mysticatrix Mind with the tentacle.
No.
Trying to find another hole in the weak point in the scales. Well, that's in here. Taxi Missouri.
No.
Piling on. Over here. Dragon is potentially trouble. It will move here and try to do a tentacle attack on the Missouri.
No.
Slayer comes in. Blue fire strikes. And also no.
Dodges it. All right. Now you are adjacent to me and you have an at-will power they can direct you use against me.
Yes. Let's see here. What do you got?
Yeah,
I don't even
you
know.
want to hear my at-will powers with my daggers? Yeah.
Do a melee basic attack.
I mean, that's worse than an at-will, but...
I mean, you could crit me.
do the melee basic attack. They don't know what else you got right now.
Okay.
Attack. Strike at Missouri.
I was gonna say...
Roll that
melee
18
basic
up.
Attack. Look at macro.
Time to get Missouri
That'll be
that
the same
-2
as
to
an
all
attack of
defenses.
opportunity, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no. This is an old macro.
Oh, well. You have an attack power then. What do we have? What you got? Just
No, I just need to figure out. I have 2 less strength and dex, right? Strength. Yeah. All right. So that would be 30. Ooh. I have pretty good to hit here.
and do
Yeah.
it.
I'm aware.
Yeah. Is our ad wills also increased? Doesn't matter.
Emmy's early knows this shit's coming. Just
I
like
rolled a
swats
2.
aside with her like wing. Just swats the black dragon's claw away.
Oh, you get a save.
Yes.
To get your save with,
Well,
with
you
my
know.
+5 power bonus. +4 power bonus, I should say.
Yes.
Then you got an extra +1.
Yeah. Now they only daze me, I would get +4 more, but hey.
It's like a don't roll a 1 situation then.
Whew!
All right, you can shake the mind control off.
Ah.
I suppose you would have a -2 more to hit Missouri because she's not your marked foe. But
It's true.
yes, Left will try to. It wakes up.
There you go, solo creature. You did it, buddy.
He takes a after effect. Right?
It takes 19 psychic damage, I believe it was. Let me scroll back up. Yes, 19 psychic damage.
So hurtful. I mean, this is still data, right?
Yeah.
It could capture the green one. That would be fantastic. It'll go for the black one instead of the gold. But yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, time for me to use a daily power. Well, I've already used a few, but so rare that I dig into this well. Invisori Legion assumes perfect positioning as in the water as all of these aberrant creatures swarm around her, and after swatting away the claw Ursicatrix, she grins with glee. She adopts the relentless strike stance. This is each enemy in close burst 1,
Oh.
which
My God.
that's the close burst 2. It's a few.
All right. Yeah.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 enemies.
Yep.
Okay.
It's exactly the smirk on her fucking picture. Meh.
All right. Those are the various attack rolls. Each creature hit takes 28 damage, and 5 ongoing. A miss is half damage.
That one. Just
Ooh, I love when
Good.
things take 5 or ongoing damage. It's very good for me.
missed. And take 8 damage. Ah,
Yes. And the Preceptor hit also has the ongoing 5 save ends. As Visera Legis here now adopts that stance, which will allow her to punish adjacent enemies that are marked by her, moving without shifting. Which, for my next trick, I'm going to spend a power point to augment a Battle Mind's Demand, allowing me to mark 2 creatures within close burst 3. And I'm going to say that will be the Perceptors.
All right. Yeah. You range up with this enemy and tear their attention to you.
All right. I'm left with a move action, which I can convert to a minor, which I will brief view over that. Not use at this time. That'll be the. I'm not going to shift into my turn.
All right. You certainly have their attention. There's nothing we'll try to. Still can't do it. All right. Charge before check if it recharges it. Does not. Well, I am insanity will then target Ursicatrix.
With
What do you
the
want to use as well?
power bonus I'm granting, that will miss.
Enable its master to do more. This thing will try to recharge its dominate power. Fail to do that. Simply to
And will miss.
Receptor here has been made to attack things, so it will reach out its tentacle and attack Emissary.
And will miss. And will also miss. Shifts, and she will use Blurred Step to follow after.
It does. This Slayer here, having not used its it'll attack Emissary with a blue flash.
Okay, that will hit. I'll take 24 points of damage.
Yeah, the Slayers are clearly made for like fighting, killing, compared to the
Soldiers.
Aboleths, who are more like here to be, viewing
Mhm.
experience.
All right, it's me.
All right, you're not
Vomiting
dominator
out
days.
blood.
As the shining like green light from the gemstones embedded in the hide of the green dragon, like, shake you out.
I love that they're like, oh, this black dragon is a threat, and then they come here and beat it almost to death, while the green dragon is just like laughing at them, like, ah, bang, smashing the poison. Like, oh yeah, maybe the black dragon was not the worst here.
Yeah. Well, that's that's a lesson.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Well, they didn't know that I had a green dragon friend.
Just
so.
show up magically.
Yeah, well, magic is. Alright, sorry, I'm looking up my looking up my search value here because I need some help.
Also, no longer marked.
I'm
Didn't
no
attack.
longer marked even. Have
That's right.
complete
And,
free
and
will.
the Preceptor above you is taking ongoing damage.
Great.
I did that for you.
Oh, swoons. All right. Well, I'm gonna break both gems on my diamond cinder belt.
All right.
So a move and convert it to a minor, and then like
Yeah.
2 minors. Okay.
And spend 2 healing surges. Cause I'm hurting.
Alright,
Come
that
on.
will reduce your fortitude by 2, as that's providing a +2 item bonus to fortitude.
Yeah. It sure will.
Hey, get you back up. I'm glad I was able to shake you through, because using my restorative gauntlets is a standard action, and that's not a. I have things to do right now. There's a lot of people that can dominate you.
We came here with
Yeah,
a
I
plan,
mean,
damn it.
there really is. Okay. Free will. What a concept. In today's society, one should be present when one has such a chance.
What a time
yeah.
to be alive, right?
Basically, wait, do we want? I feel like this is not great situation for me over here. Great. Yeah, I knew this was gonna happen, but this is not a solo creature fight. This is not my favorite at all. Yeah, I'll
Me-
just do. Hmm. Yeah, I mean this one's taking ongoing damage, so that one's sort of.
There's no guarantee when the next time you're going to get a breath of fresh air is, so whatever you might want to lay down, you want to lay down.
That's true. All right, you're right. I won't say again, but the green dragon knows somehow. Ah, yes.
Well,
Shake
I know.
raise. Yeah. Mm.
You're complimenting me.
Yeah. All right. The Aboleth one Perceptor is gonna get it. Not in a good way.
Right.
It's time for the bloodbath attack.
All right. That certainly hits, yeah. 21 damage. You flop him on his back in the water. Oh, takes ongoing damage equal to strength mod.
And I sneak attack it. That's what I do.
All right. Sneak attack.
Wah.
And you get the sneak attack because it had ongoing damage?
Yeah. I
Okay.
have common advantages against people taking ongoing damage.
Nice.
Bloodied by the strike. Should just find the spot of it in mind, I suppose, that's being ripped apart by Missouri, and then just jam a claws in there.
Yeah.
Making
Somehow.
the thing shake and wiggle as its mucus blood flows into them.
Yeah, that's all my actions. Wait. It's time to use my action point while I am conscious.
There you go. That's fair. Now, now it'd be great, since we're here to like take these alive. If in the process you could subdue that Preceptor, we need 2. There's 3 Aboleths here, so.
Oh, you want those 2?
Well, I mean, like any 2 will do, but one of them might flee. And
Okay,
so,
but it's yes. Well, I mean, one should, but what I'm trying to figure out is like, should I hit another one now, or like?
no, go after the Preceptor one to like resolve it, reduce it down, like
Okay.
to unconsciousness.
Once it's unconscious,
Great.
whatever.
I'll spend my action point,
All right.
and then I will do another. Ooh, I have combat advantage, so it's 36.
Oh, that hits.
Oh, great.
No, these perceptors are not hard to hit. They're not actual fighting Aboleth. All right. So that is 20 damage.
That's it. I don't get that sneak attack
Ongoing
again.
10.
They're here to control situations, Harry. That's what they're here to do.
Another assistance.
I wish I
Yes.
controlled situations a little more.
Has a total of 20 ongoing there.
Yeah, well, you are a striker.
All right. Yeah. You strike at a
What
deep
to do.
wound. Anything else?
No, that's all my actions.
Right. Well, this one is seeing that, and will try to take your actions away from you.
Nope.
And that's a failure.
Breathe.
It will try to
Perhaps I
move
will
over
have
here.
another turn this combat.
reach out its tentacle and try to slap at Missouri as sort of a punishment for her.
Yeah, the dragon is not punished.
And then it will begin to activate in a sort of a puff. It'll spew out an inky cloud of mucus around itself. People
Okay.
penalties will against harm. Like you could
Got it.
Mind
up here.
bending mucus. Ugh.
Yeah.
That's gross. Fucking.
Oh,
Basically
remember it.
canceling my concealment.
All right. Yep. Understood, boss.
This hazy cloud fills the air. This scum will do what it always does: just smack its face into whatever foe is nearby.
Yep. Just collides with the green dragon and does nothing.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Just bounces off.
Yeah, that happens. You know, it's not easy being like scum on these streets.
Uh-huh.
Gotta-
Not easy to eat stuff, you know? True. Not that I
Oh,
would
shit.
know.
Not that I. Yeah.
I've
Given the
class.
position of all these enemies around, they are all within 2, except for the Mind Blight. I think I will go ahead and expend another 6 power points, taking me down to 3, and perform once more the Iron Presence attack. That will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 enemies.
Well,
Another one comes out there. That there's a +2 on the Athletic Perceptor. 1, because I have combat advantage, that'd be a 38.
it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
nice.
Targets who are hit take 24 damage, and they are marked until the end of this encounter or until I use the power again.
That a hit already marked.
Alright, but now we know it's super locked in. And the misses, they can have their 8 damage. Okay.
Slapped around. The scum entirely destroyed.
Right, they were nothing but scum anyway. It makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's true.
See,
It's been a while since we saw them. We've grown. We're not
I
the
am
same
not able to
dragon.
wiggle in thanks to my large size, so
Oh.
you win the day, Satan.
I mean, I didn't see it. You know.
Let's see here. Looking at what remains of my moves and minors, I think I'm okay with not looking to relocate and ending my turn here.
This mind blight. Well, it needs to get someone to be to be enslaved. So does anybody look to Resecatrix and try to pull Resecatrix's mind?
No.
Slayer here will just attack with the strike.
I will miss.
Dragon's very hard to hit though.
Yeah.
Well, this
Green
one will
dragon.
have to use its tentacle against it.
No.
No, this will have to right itself. It'll have to first take
20
damage.
ongoing.
Slam.
Hello.
Then it rights itself. And tentacles
No.
someday. Alright, then it has to be safe. 5 unconscious.
That's all
It is that way. This one will use the Bible of Betrayal. Missouri. And take a turn.
Okay. That attack against me will not hit because even with the -2, I have 48 will versus aberrations.
They will not hit me either with the buff of emissaries.
48. Yeah. All right.
Mind shield.
Yep, because I have 46 versus aberrants. I have +4 from Shield of the Iron Mind, so I'm at 50. -2 is 48.
Another
God,
mental
50.
strike. Just
It's
lash
time
out
to
there.
quit this campaign.
The second fix is still.
50 will defense. What the fuck?
I mean, you could just be happy you're not an app. Right? 'Cause they're having a hard time.
No,
It's-
I mean, I specifically brought an anti, psionic.
This is my
weapon
epic
for this.
destiny.
Yeah, like, it's like
Made for
whenever
this.
people try to kill my defender in the other game, it's like, no, I brought a cleric. Like, I brought a cleric of Saloon, and I'm good. Like, I don't fear death.
Good.
The Cicatrix does fear death, though.
Take your
So,
turn.
yes. I mean, this guy's still ongoing damage. That's always juicy. Now do we want to? I mean, we're staying fine here, really. The two enemies that are next to me that are really bad, they're just punching Mystery. This is great, great, great. Yeah, I will just do my big. I'll just punch it. I'll just punch it.
Number 1.
Yeah.
That's a crit, but also an unnecessary one.
Put the aboleth out of the fight.
Yeah.
Drifts off over there.
Aw.
Taken out.
All right. Well, I mean, I was gonna say, not killing it, but taking it out. We need them alive.
Yeah, that's what
Okay,
you said.
good. Yeah, that's me, I suppose.
Over here. Reaches out a tentacle. Slap. Black dragon.
Oh, the black dragon. That's me. No.
Yes, that is you.
It uses action point. Try to do it again. Needs to.
Don't slap me. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay. Whew. This is fun. I haven't been this low in PowerPoints in so long. What a time to be alive.
Still at
Okay.
18 healing searches though, so.
That's yes. Like that's a great observation. Yes.
Just
Good,
18.
good. Good,
10
good.
more than me.
Ari, let me take my turn.
Sorry. Sulking.
These abolithic slayers, given the fact they wield the blue flame, are a real hassle, and they target reflex, which is the strongest for the black dragon, but certainly the weakest for this green dragon. With that in mind, I am going to switch stances with another daily power, as a sort of like a burbling, howling sound begins to reverberate through the water as she activates her Storm Dance Strike against both abolithic slayers that are adjacent to her. 1 or 2 creatures in melee. That'll be a 42 and 41 versus armor class.
Both hit.
Okay, 29 untyped damage.
Right.
And now
Laying
she is
into
in a
them.
different stance.
Party
Which I
bony
must
forms
adapt.
continue. Royal.
Okay. I will now spend a power point to activate Battle Mind's Demand, and I will mark both of these abolithic slayers. The Preceptor remains marked due to a power I hit it with that marks it until the end of the encounter.
All right.
And that will be the end of this turn.
I would like to use a power that takes place when a Mystery damages a creature adjacent to me.
All right.
Don't have a macro for it, but that's fine. I know my attack bonus. Roll 1d20. Plus. Oh, it's a crit. Abolithic
is,
Slayer 2. Alright, well, I'll roll the original. 2 weapon plus dexterity. Alright, so it's. Max damage on my d4, so you know it's 8 plus 14, so it's 22 damage.
22 damage.
And then, of course, sneak attack on top. Critical hit dice. And offhand.
Damage is 5. Extra attack. Do we have any bonuses to that crit offhand?
No. No,
Yes. Alright.
don't think so.
More bloodying it.
Well,
Say,
it should be at 30. Does that matter?
what?
I see. It has plus 29. I just updated the macro.
Yes, 40 would hit.
No. Oh, yeah. Okay, that would hit then.
Well, yes.
It's 60
Give
more
him some
damage. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you snap it again, and it will take 9 on the first. Yeah, as you lay into it, ripping and tearing, it cannot replace its body parts as quickly as they're being ripped off. What power is this?
An effect of the hit is shift a number of squares equal to your strength modifier, which is 6.
Okay.
Rip.
You can't phase through the enemies like that.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, I know we're in like 3-dimensional like water space, so I guess you could like you build that as a justification.
This is mighty far away. I guess I'll start. Okay, never fucking mind. I'm gonna just stay here.
Right.
Because, you know,
I don't know.
Mind
that's a
people,
long way over there.
this mind blight will have to get you. What will?
Let's see.
Not
I'm
with
giving
the-
her 43. She has -2, so that's a
That
41.
will hit, right?
If it's a psychic or charm effect, it looks like it's a fear effect.
Fear effect. You're right.
Oh, then it will
Then,
not.
then yeah, it misses.
Whew.
The mind blight is very sad. Alright. Here. Recharge roll. Nope. Still nothing, so it will just keep blue fire striking.
Oh yeah, that hits. I will do an tilting my head. Make sure whether I do that. No, I'll take 31 damage on the chin.
Right.
That will reduce me to 35 temporary hit points. And I'm not dazed.
Reach over to slap the dragon with a tentacle.
Oh yeah,
Critical hit.
that
Wow.
hits.
Which is then 23 damage.
Okay. 23
Because you're
damage.
marked.
I am marked. You wanna? I gotta be pulled, right?
If it
Or am I
can,
gonna
yeah,
be pulled?
but it can't.
Okay, I'm
It's
at
gotta be
12.
hard.
I'm at 12 temporary HP.
Right.
We can hit it. It can be beat.
Nope, nothing there either. And all 6-9 at the beginning of its turn. Nope. And then it will do fire strike immediately through here.
Yeah, that gets me.
Oh,
33
Lord.
damage.
Okay. That will be. Let me add that to the pool. 155 minus 33. All right, 122 hit points. All the temporary HP is gone.
Chicks.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's-
they're certainly laying into the green dragon now. That all attention has been drawn there.
Yeah, you know. It's great. I mean, I enjoy it. Alright. This guy is probably close to death, right? But it's really hard to tell with these weird aberrant creatures.
Oh yeah.
I feel like.
I mean, you know when they're bloodied.
Yeah, mechanically I do, yes. All right. Well, I'll just pause. Strike it. Ugh.
What are you attacking?
The one next to me, Epileptic Slayer.
Yeah, that's a miss.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that makes me sad.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right. This one will try to hit you with a tentacle.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, wow,
It's
that's not
marked.
nice.
He wants to daze you and then take over your mind.
All right. Well, that'll hit.
All right, take 17 damage. Your dazed save ends.
Actually, no. He's done this before to me. I feel like I don't wanna have any part of this. Wait. I don't can stop it though. No, yeah,
right.
I'm doomed. No, I take it.
Hmm.
God. 70 damage. Rude.
Tentacle actually managed to connect.
And these early just squints over at the black dragon. Rock and
Minor
Dust.
action. What's her mood?
No, Rock and Dust begins to rise from the sea floor and swirl around Emizure Elidrithir as she utilizes a power she's had since the very beginning of the game against Abelethic Slayer 2.
Hmm.
These damn spell-plagued entities. Living Fortress attack for 32 points of damage.
It's very cool.
Hits there.
Okay. Until the end of the encounter, she and allies adjacent to her have cover, which would basically be like a +2 bonus to her defenses or a -2 to your attack rolls if cover would apply.
That will. Oh, these guys are
Alright.
need to cover.
So
Alright.
glad I stayed next to her.
As a minor action, I will go ahead and gain 11 temporary hit points. And as a move action, I'll remain here adjacent to the black dragon, dazed as she is at the end of the turn.
Well, nothing can actually help with that now. So it'll begin moving over here. It's already dazed, and then it can use. Now all the little things are dead. Mesmerizing attack again. It'll do a close blast 5. See if I can line it up so doesn't hit its superiors.
What, like that?
Yeah, exactly the problem. It's not allowed to hit the Aboleths with it. So instead it'll do double move over here. Right, get into a fine position. All right, this Slayer here has to do his recharge. Its recharge. No, still no. Oh, it'll just have to blue fire strike.
That will miss.
Say it like it's like they're fucking too good damage.
This one, I suppose, will just continue attacking you. So we're trying to keep up this.
That will miss.
Momentum.
Alright, that mark will be gone.
Maybe it can recover its power. No, still nothing. Right, blue fire strike Missouri. That seems to be the default action
Okay.
here.
Yeah, that's 29 points of damage. Let's go ahead and that's 133, 104 hit points.
Where's Cicatrix?
Yes, when I am dazed or stunned, I can make a saving throw against one of those conditions at the start of my turn.
Oh,
So I'm gonna try to do that.
You have a +4 power bonus from me.
I have a +8 bonus. Well, let me check if it's a power bonus here.
You said it wasn't.
Yeah, that was the +1.
Oh.
Nope, it's a feat bonus against.
Yeah.
DC.
Yeah, if it would be a
Alright.
feat, then it would be a feat bonus. Or a untyped bonus.
Alright.
There you go. You are likely to succeed.
very likely.
Well, that's not.
Definitely succeeding.
Oh wow! Don't jinx me.
You will take your days, and you
Well,
will like it.
All right. I suppose you get another one at the end of your turn, right? But
I do, but I also have an action, so let's
Yeah, you have an
you
action
know
now.
let's not forget that. Oh man, that stings a lot.
Bound to happen at this point, right?
Yeah, well, my saves have not been, robust. I'm
Oh, boy.
attacking Slayer.
Yes.
Oh, it's a crit.
It's a crit. Yeah.
How dare you control my mind?
20
Uh,
damage.
All right.
So anything
Uh,
that's a free action, you'll be able to do. But if it costs like
Yeah.
any other like action quantity, you wouldn't be able to.
I figure you have it just kill this thing.
Yes, but let me see here. I have a thing for criticaling. Criticaling. Oh. Oh God! Scroll through all the.
I mean, it's dead. But,
Yes, but I have a thing that happens when I kill something.
oh, all right.
Because I have a
You
solitaire
gain temporary hit points, right?
thing. No.
Oh.
I don't have that anymore, sadly. Free action. Use this power when you score critical on your turn. You spend a healing surge. Which
Oh.
I'll
You picked up that solitaire wondrous item.
I fucking anything that says healing on it, dude.
You did crit, so yeah.
I did.
She
crit.
gets to feel
That's
good about it for them.
All right, look at that. You have more current HP than I do. Yeah.
right. Yay! It happened. Session what? No.
One,
And then I'm gonna try and
122
save.
Yep.
With my.
with your +8 bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Can't roll
It'd be
2
pretty
ones in
neat
a
if
row, right?
Yeah. She could roll a 2. Do you need 11 or higher or 10 or higher to succeed on the save?
And
Just 10.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there
Oh,
we
yeah.
go.
There you go.
20.
You're like a solo monster.
Think
Look at that.
overkill
Better,
there.
kid.
All right. Well,
Oof.
this thing will immediately try to just put something back on there. Mind snap. That's a no. Well then,
You know,
when you're all resistant to its things, it tries to just nope, no. Just try to get in your mind some more.
Okay. Well, Abolithic Slayer is the only creature adjacent to me, and it is not adjacent to anything else. So I have combat advantage, and my movement doesn't provoke. Now, if you'll excuse me here, I got shit to do. Hi, how's it going? How you doing?
Oh,
Greetings.
I see flanking opportunities.
That is a move action. As a minor action, I will activate one of the features of my weapon, the Bloody Maul. Till the end of my next turn, while wielding this maul against any creature not adjacent to an ally, it's all alone, get a +2 power bonus to attack rolls and deal 2d10 extra damage. That's not a modifier on the damage rolls, just straight up extra damage, which means it'll apply for my single power point brutal barrage that's about to come down. Okay, the lowest attack roll there is a 1. So beyond that, the lowest attack roll is a 39.
39 hits.
Okay, that'll be 3 hits. That'll be 32 plus 60, 10 extra damage. 37. So 32 plus 37 is 69. And it falls prone.
Smash. Bloodied by the blow. And, maybe this is enough information, it thinks. Maybe maybe this is a lesson.
You know what?
Yeah, I will, Yeah, that was a move, a minor, and a standard, so I don't have an action point. That's the end of the turn.
You tried so hard. But you know what? Now it can go back to Eye of Insanity and this dragon.
No.
It's a recharge roll for its special dominate power, which it still fails to do. Then it is simply a mad beast and will
And we'll fail.
strike. Perceptor here, it knows that the Aboleth Master is more important than it, so if something's going to go, it's going to be So it'll turn to Missouri and try to just
That will
dissuade
fail.
her from being around. Recicatrix.
All right, Black Dragon.
Yes.
Lay a beat down.
I was like, wait, how do I get over there without provoking? I guess I'll use my dazzling acrobatics and shift twice my speed.
Sure, that's a lot of shifting.
Seems like a
Yeah.
waste, but I'll get over here with my 14 speed. I feel
No
like
chance of being dazed on the way.
yeah, exactly. I was like, yeah, look at his attacks, like dazed, pulled, marked. I was like, no, that can't happen.
He moves in with you, you know.
Yeah,
Gives
it's
him the
like,
couch.
we have a child together. I'm like, whoa.
Mm.
What the? All right.
Actually, I will have to remember this for the future. Since my con modifier went up when I leveled up, that would be 36 points of damage with my hammer rhythm instead of 32. I will force myself to remember that in the future. Don't bother editing hit point totals.
All right.
All right.
Wait, it's oh. Huh? I just
Yes,
saw
it's
that.
bloodied, and you have combat advantage.
Prone, it's flanked.
All right.
Oh,
Oh my
finish
God.
it. Okay. That's an 18,
Yeah, I know.
which means it's 12 and 12, 24 damage. Ongoing 5. Ongoing 5. It never ends, as I understand it.
I mean, until it's not
Finish
bloody.
it power. Until it's not bloody. Well, you know. Sneak
That's why I
attack.
use it on bloodied enemies.
Critical sneak attack here. 2. 22 start.
Oh.
And that's nice. Still, it does not look. It is in a bad way. As we're almost unconscious, as on its turn it takes 27 extra. Assuming you had nothing else.
No, I do not.
It will right itself.
Wait, actually, I do.
Oh,
Because I crit this turn.
you did.
Which I always forget to use this one. But, let's see. No, counter. Yeah.
Well, actually, you must have scored a critical hit. Yeah, you did. And you hit with that too.
22
22
damage
extra.
more.
Slap.
Yeah, there we go.
Its Mind Snap is a ranged power, and that would not really work out for his advantage right now.
I'm ready to attack of opportunity here.
Attacks with a tentacle. What can he do? Fight himself. It needs to be done.
Beg for mercy.
He doesn't know that really works. Slap the dragon.
Which one?
Look at Cicatrix.
Yeah, they'll hit.
The one that just did this to
Well,
him.
okay. +2, so that's 42. Yeah, sure, I'll take it.
13 damage and dazed. It would shift, but
I was gonna say, I don't need to move.
ability to
Right
at
where I
this
need to
point.
be.
So let me sorry.
Petitions.
Okay. I have a master here. Missouri Leader is nothing but like an instructor, as I emphasized earlier. I will utilize a minor action here to use another power of this Bloody Maul. Till the end of my next turn while wielding this, each time I hit with a melee attack, I can spend a healing surge to regain hit points as a free action. I will spend my final power point on a augmented brutal barrage attack against the Aboleth Master. The lowest non-1 there is going to be a 36.
36 misses.
Okay, that'll be 2 hits. It falls prone again. That's 36 points of damage. And I spend 2 healing surges. We'll knock it out. This is the one I want to,
Well, a big one.
Yeah, I want. It's important. We got to teach lessons. I wanted to learn. This is the price of knowledge.
We'll go in the pile of
Wait, we
unconscious
should kill
epaulets.
that one.
Hey, I'm the one who did the thing.
Okay, well,
Yeah. and I spend 2 healing surges. Each of my healing surges heals 45 hit points. So I heal up 90 HP, which takes me back up to 181, my max. I was a standard, a minor. I have a move. The Affleck Slayer is alone, so I do not provoke as I move here. And in my turn.
Time has come. Well, sort of. Guess I'll move over here and incendiary my Cicatrix.
No.
This thing might finally get its power back. No, does not happen for them. Oh, this is still somewhat of an effective attack.
Oh yeah, that definitely hits.
Oh yeah, they're
I-
fucking.
Right.
I take. That's not a crit, right? That's just a normal
Nope.
hit.
Just a normal hit.
We're
159.
starting to think that one's the biggest threat here.
I mean, they are to some degree.
Yeah. they're
This one will.
fucking-
Flash up. You know what? I think it's gonna just shift back here. It's
Okay. Shifts. She teleports.
well,
Oh. Oh.
it'll convert its standard to move action and just. move.
Okay, so that is a creature marked by me that has attempted to move away. And so I get an opportunity action, which I'll use for my Storm Dance attack. I'll be 36 versus armor class.
That hits.
Okay, the target is slowed until the end of my next turn. In addition, I teleport 5 squares, then teleport the target to a square adjacent to me. So,
Load.
yeah, I'll go ahead and teleport my 5 squares. I gotta teleport 5 squares to here, and then we'll teleport it to here.
And
there
then
we
I
go.
guess it gets to move still.
Yeah, it gets its move. It gets its move too. I don't stop it move.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it tries to swim away.
And
Also
took
looks
its, and takes 24 points of
It's some
damage.
damage on top of that. Yeah. Not too hurt yet, but you know, it doesn't have to take a long time.
That slow is until the end of my next turn.
Tricks.
Take your immense save bonus to dazing at the start of
yeah.
your turn. Get it.
Come on. Yes. My saves have been corp. Oh my god, if I did not have any bonus to this, I would.
It's a
never
pity I
seen that.
didn't teleport out of range of you.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Happy. Yeah, teleport 5. Dragon just immediately stays forever.
Hmm.
Great. Now, I mean, do we want the apoplectic one? Is that? I mean, all my instincts point me towards, beating
I mean,
the one
you
that
don't-
would give flanking.
You can go fight the Slayer if you want. Like I will hunt this Aboleth like Perceptor down to the ends of time.
All
But
right.
up to you.
Well, I'll kill this or try to kill this there. I don't have combat advantages against it, so it's gonna be crit fishing all around. That's not a crit.
It's a miss.
Yeah. I mean that's it.
Sure.
It was early here. Looks at the Nothic Mind Blight. Doesn't like. She doesn't care and will not
So-
provoke.
So claw.
As she just moves casually over here, not provoking. We'll say to like here. Where does this Aboleth think it's going? No. It's actually slowed. What a novel concept. It's been a while since I've had a slowed enemy. My melee attacks against dazed, slowed, or stunned enemies deal extra damage to them equal to my charisma modifier, which is 6.
Yeah.
I am out of power points. It's finally happened. So I will use an unaugmented brutal barrage attack. That will be only just 3 attack rolls. We'll ignore the 4th. The lowest attack roll there will be a 40.
He hits.
Okay, that will be 27 damage plus 18. 45 points of damage, and the Preceptor falls prone.
Bloodied, prone. No longer slowed though, yeah.
Yeah, will no longer be slowed at the end of this turn, which it now is. It's the end of my turn.
The Cicatrix, Eyes of Incend. No.
Oh, I mean, that's
This thing tries to recharge its powers. It does,
does?
recharge it. Then it can shift closer to its actual target and then use the Ripple of Betrayal. Will
no.
perfectly miss.
Which will betray it.
Yeah. Alright, well, it tried to betray the mark, but it failed to. And has to sort of wobble itself right itself up. How to daze him, Missouri. See if that no.
No.
That's not
Take
effective suspension of time. I'll shift.
You're like, hey, comment a bit.
Oh, bloodied and
Don't
good,
mind it, yeah.
flanking.
Yeah. Get him, Striker.
Yep, that's what I do. Oh my
There
lord.
you go.
Oh, an actual nat 20.
If it doesn't die now, it's gonna have a bad time.
You know,
And it's,
Okay.
you want to knock that out or kill it? Yeah.
It's gonna like.
Right.
I'll
I wanted.
knock it out.
I want. All right, cool. So I
Oh,
wanted. I mean, I wanted all three, but I mean, I can't control you there while you're in the process of
That's
murdering.
all right. Now,
Yeah.
had I still been like very low on health,
Absolutely.
probably a little different. But I feel good.
I get you.
Yeah, that's me.
All right.
All
I
right.
mean, they can all be killed later.
Missouri.
Yep. He's really true. Looks at like the Nothic Mind Blight again, and it's like she's not like really like whatever. It hasn't done anything that's concerned her. So excuse me here.
That's really accomplished very little. Here.
All right, that'll take me to here. That way I can grant combat advantage. Missouri leaders here will do a knifing wind attack against the Apoletic Slayer, unaugmented. That'll be 41 versus armor class.
41 hits.
18 damage, and it is dazed until the end of my next turn.
Dazed. It's dazed.
That's right, it's dazed.
No, ho, ho, ho. That's
That
the
will be,
most excruciating experience for these Emirates. Oh God, no!
that is the end of my turn. Well, doesn't have to worry about hitting its masters anymore.
You know, I think it's neat. it knows how ineffective it's been.
Smart move. Yeah.
Like it's not like it's a nice thing, but it's not like a mind slave like a lot of the other ones. It's sort of as a normal intelligence.
And what
It tells
it's
it this
gonna-
is not going well. This fight is
Like
not a
battle
winning.
report, and it's like, holy fuck.
I'll
It's
go
gotta
and
go be
report.
a fisher somewhere
We'll
where there's not
report,
two dragons.
what has happened.
Yep. And it's fine.
They're capturing us and taking us to their secret laboratories. Something's not quite right.
All right, it will be the Slayer's turn.
Recharge its power. You never know. You do know. Well, it will strike when you started it. Fire.
That will fail to hit. Shifts, she teleports.
Take a checks.
Whoop.
You had your combat advantage anyway because of the daze effect, but
Well, just
Yeah.
makes me so happy.
yeah, I get you. Is that a 17 on your d20? For the 49 versus armor class?
Yeah,
Alas.
it happens.
It happened. I get
It's
you.
alright.
Rip and tear into the thing.
At this point, we're just playing with it.
No, I'm not playing games with this thing. You see what its fucking attack is?
It's
no.
been hitting me.
Who do you think it will hit after I leave you? Let's see here.
Well, that's not true. It hit me in the beginning.
Unaugmented brutal barrage attack against this dazed foe. So first three rolls, the lowest is going to be a 36 for armor class, which will miss. So that'll be 2 hits.
Even with the flanking?
It has like 40 armor.
Yeah,
Harry.
it's
Oh.
40.
Yeah. So yes, that'll be 27 damage plus 12, so 39, and it falls prone. The daze effect goes.
Total
End of my turn.
dazed. Reminds me, it couldn't actually shift in. Right. It
Alas.
writes itself, but I think, let it play out, but it's not gonna. Cicatrix just ended.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to.
That's a hit, as it turns out. And that's like damage.
45
Doesn't have
damage.
it
There you go. Alright.
I should
Alright.
cut it down. Leaving you the moment here, it's just full of like weird ooze blood and stuff, sort of wobbling around. You know that they're gonna be back here.
Yeah.
This was not the full effect, but
Missouri doesn't take the opportunity for a short rest. She goes into Aboleth's. These things are really light, you've noted, and
Yeah.
due to like their very nature.
like a
So I think
jellyfish
she
sort of thing.
like she scoops them all up, like kind of like shrugs off the slime. She's slain Aboleths and hauled them back to sacrifice at the Grand Temple before. Looks at Versicatrix and just kind of like rolls her body, and the green dragon takes flight. I will copy my token, and then haul my ass back to the coastline.
Well, the Cicatrix stays and takes a short rest.
No, not here. I can rest, in the nicely, appointed temple of Malar.
I mean, you did it, so you get to fly back with them.
I still have defensive powers that I did not use. Still pretty good. Who knows? I might not be able to take a short rest. Who knows what will happen as a consequence of this? Be careful, Ari. Yeah. She's left Zalaznar waiting on the coastline. And because, this is not like a regular interaction conversation we get to have with creatures. Zalaznar is the only one who's powerful enough and responsible enough as the Archdruid of Sylvanas to be involved in the interaction. When she gets back to the coastline, she is going to deposit the Aboleths like on the shoreline, a bit away from the water, under Zalaznar's watchful gaze. Who knows how he'll react when the green dragon like appears on the horizon, like carrying like a triple stack.
Just an armful.
Yeah. They look very
This is for everyone.
undignifiedly sort of splatty as they're unconscious.
Missouri leader says, "Wait and watch them. I am going to bring Talona's gift to use on the largest of the three, so that the others may carry back the instruction as you advised."
I will take a couple steps, and vines and such from the sand will begin to move up and wrap all around them. I mean, nice little sort of holding cocoons.
That's not creepy.
Thorny wood.
Then, where Cicatrix is a slower traveler, will probably like arrive as a Missouri leader has gone to like grab the simple glass bottle and like a small like bit of like cloth rag, and then return to the shoreline.
Has Cicatrix seen Zalaznar before?
I don't think so.
I don't think that has happened. Well, it's a tall treant with a lot of spines on him.
Yeah,
it doesn't look very nice for a big tree. But he looks very tree-ish, so not a lot of expression, not a lot of emotions there. Just
it's like
scowl and
yeah. She's like, no, this guy. Druid shit, right? Yeah, that's wood people. The checks out, right? Like in her mind is like, no, yeah, it's like she wouldn't know that he used to be a lot, less aggressive. She's like, oh yeah, that seems like someone Emmy could be friends with. Yeah.
Zalaznar decides that he doesn't. Not a little forest in that dragon.
No, it's true.
All right. When Emmy's early leader does eventually return, having retrieved like the glass bottle, like the rag, looks at Zalaznar, looks at Versicatrix, looks at the three Aboleths, and then decides to wait. She'll figure out when they've regained consciousness.
Yeah, when they have, it will be the big one that breaks up first, right?
Mm-hmm.
As the water from the shore basically begins to try to move in to sort of rehydrate it, formed like a sort of water protective barrier around itself, but the cocoons of plants are holding back, though the psionic effect is certainly visible. Water sort of trying to collect around the things. Salazar has left it so that they can look out. That was part of the plan after all.
Absolutely.
But their tentacles and everything's wrapped up nicely in thick layers of vines that don't really care about their weird slime. Salazar, it's not like he's being nice to them. They're quite squished.
Good. Though I think even an archroot of my leaky would not be nice to them either.
No.
Let me cater to you.
Give you a little more leg room.
Yeah, fluff your branches. Right. These are leaders here. Enjoys this moment of this powerful entity who has done and seen so much, knowing powerlessness at this moment.
Oh yeah, there's a tension, right? As the thing begins to probe around with its mind, trying to understand what's going on. It's never tried this before. Nor has it
Welcome to the
inherited a memory
forest.
of being humbled in such a way and put in a vine cocoon on the beach by other creatures who are now watching it. Its many eyes, torching around, probably end up fixed on Ibisure. Healing as well, the psionic power from it.
Yeah. I think Ibisure would advise Versicatrix to stand back a little bit because
Oh, I definitely am.
God forbid you get dominated and like lash out at like the prison.
Get the poison.
Swallow
yeah,
poison.
No. Or like just even like bust them free or something. Great. I think the Green Dragon basks in it a bit. The main one's awoken, can't escape. Ibisure is not afraid. She'll wait for the others to awake, as they kind of need to witness what's happening too. Integral part of Zalznor's plan.
How's she presenting herself? That was not just sort of standing there at the beach, doing nothing, right?
I think it is much like the pose on the token. She is slightly wounded, but she still has quite a few powers at her disposal. This very much has been what she has committed her energies and efforts to. And this training like this is what's going to help her defeat Nobanyan. And the rage that she has felt over the blue flame was reignited down there, being lashed with that. So it is very much the idea of someone who is incredibly smug of like her superiority, much as these entities were doubtlessly smug of their superiority. And
Endlessly concerned, probably trying to call out to whatever they can reach. Distance and distant teleportation. And it's not like it's going to help them, but I imagine the main one here would basically analyze the situation. Being smart enough, would probably attempt to reach her with some sort of psionic offer, right? Of like, your power is immense. The fleet can enhance it. You could be stronger than you ever knew.
Yeah. The Green
So-
Dragon would reply, in deep speech, you do not distract me.
Selesna frowned slightly. And if the Cicatrix is visible, there would also be the same offers, like, great power lies within the pillars.
I speak deep speech as well.
Things you can see and witness that are impossible in any other reality.
These
Awaken
things
from
can
the dream
communicate
and
telepathically, so long as you're visible, Harry. Don't you want to just get a step closer?
No, what she's gonna say is we slayed the impossible. Like, oh, you can do something. Like, oh, you could get something that is possible. We did.
you know what sort of offers it puts out, right? It's desperate. It doesn't. It wants to regain some sort of control. Feel like
If the
it's-
Cicatrix looks at them hungrily, like just because they're needed alive, that she's a murderer. This is like there's like a, if they do something that would be bad, I mean, then maybe there would be some realization of how many we need alive, right? Like so Definitely keeping a keen eye on them.
as the other two as well begin to try to collect water around themselves. Sand dry the squishing vines, not allowing them much access to moisture. As they will all begin to.
Okay. Give it a few more minutes. Want the lesser ones to collect their surroundings and recognize hopelessness too. That's important.
I mean, they begin
I gotta
to
scoop it
wiggle
somehow.
and try to move. That's probably commanded by the main one to make their efforts. But, yeah, soon enough, they turn their attention to, well, Mr. who stands there in front of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mizar Allegiance here begins in her accented from Duragar, but still very much present deep speech. For she does not communicate telepathically, and she wants to speak to them in this language. She says, I am Imizare Lidrathir. I represent this planet and the gods of nature. And I come with a warning for you and your betters. I have the means to dissolve and eradicate your very essences. And I will now demonstrate so that you may inform others of what exactly that entails. And I think she's brought out like a little end table that would like be like a bed. And she has like the bottle on top of it. She has like a rag. For the first time, she reaches over, leans over the bottle. She squints at it, and she uncorks the bottle.
There's no odor or anything. Just liquid's just in there.
Yeah. She like tips the bottle slightly into the rag so that just a few drops of it can be on the rag.
The rag sort of it's like a gray sort of, maybe with like a beige colored sort of stain that spreads upon it.
Okay.
Oily.
Then she corks the bottle then, and walks, more afraid of Talona than of the Aboleth, towards the Aboleth Master.
Yeah, it looks so small, so innocent on the rack, like you dipped it in like olive oil or something. She looks, and I think the Aboleths are paying desperate attention. And on one hand, they're sort of geared to always try to seek answers and knowledge, right? They're curious a bit to see how this is going to fail. Whatever she's trying to do.
Yes. I can sever the link of you entities with the far realm, but I am but one, and so I, with Talona's assistance, have found a means that I might reach you all, collectively. She reaches out like through like the web of like branches to rub the rag against the Aboleth Master.
Yeah. Well, dear. Power. It convulses. For one moment, right? Twists and turns. So it has a -10 to the save. Let's see if it can survive. Rising. Oh no. It twists after the first save, and then the second save it convulses and just sort of loses coherence as it almost begins, its surface sort of boils and shakes, and then all the things inside of it just flow out through its skin. It, as you said, basically dissolves into like a thick sludge slurry of goop slime. It's psionic mind sort of letting out like a twisted call of, I think, disbelief more than anything. As the other ones just grow entirely silent, observing this thing.
Dragon leaves the rag in the goo that ends up forming.
Yeah, the plants around it begin to sort of grow a little stale.
Miss Early watches. She was curious at how this would work, and Talona is great and wondrous. Really, she like observes this effect.
Yeah. It's as many diseases, it's while you're affected, you take attacks from it at intervals. Now this has a plague power of 10. It's the perfect disease, so it's pretty mean. And will eat their healing searches and life until there's nothing. They don't have it. They're already very doomed. So, yeah, it dissolves. The others twist and wobble, and shudder, like scrambling. They have nothing. This is they almost can't believe it.
And Miss Early just there, and like soaking that in over the minutes, is silent. And she like sidesteps away from that to like draw closer. Nothing in her claws to the other two. And says, "This planet is vast, and there are many regions your masters can go where I am not. Should your masters remain here in my presence, I will use the entirety of what's inside that bottle against them, against you. Depart, and I will not."
Elsnar allows the vines to slowly unwind, making sure that they know it's not their efforts that did it. As the things probably again pitifully sort of wobble on the beach before gathering enough water to begin hovering, and then they flee, sort of slithering through the air into the water and then just hurrying away. Presumably to go report what they witnessed.
Yeah.
Salazar will look slightly concerned at the withering, sort of blackening vines of his in the sand. Then he looks out to the sea. The tide will come in.
Zuri just here stares at the tide and the retreating Aboleths, then switches back to common, and like rotates her head to look back at Zalaznar and says, "Let us see whether they follow your great suggestion, Zalaznar."
He glances slowly. If they do not, we will make good.
She nods, looks over at Versicatrix, and calls out, "Excellent work, Versicatrix. Please do return back to your home in Westgate. I feel as if it will be much easier for you to assert your rule now."
She there's the lips lick around the lips as she stares at that poison, right? It's fascinated horror.
Yeah.
She absent-mindedly just nods and is yes. And to you. Sort of yeah, I don't know, something, and then she'll take off. Oof, you know.
He's really sure watches Versicatrix go, then looks up at the heavens, then back at Zalaznar and says, "There's no mistaking what Talona has provided us. It would be impossible to..." She looks back at the ominous simple bottle and back at Zalaznar. We have to find a way not to insult her, right? When Amy's religious, you're winces.
Elsnar looks at the stain, and it seems to have sort of finished dissolving whatever bits of the aboleth is there. and at the beach, it almost sort of does like the stain has grown from consuming the aboleth, and it's sort of reaching out, almost like an ooze would, to sort of feel around it a little bit, seeking perhaps the ocean. Many of Telona's plagues, the really powerful ones, are gifted like intelligent magic items with intent and the ability to, say, lay dormant on purpose until they have infected a certain number, as well as directing hosts to travel. And I think Salas now will probably just, again, reach his hand to the ground, concentrate for a moment, and probably like bring up some large rocks or something to cover that stain as he pulls it down under the earth. You know, as he then looks to him and says, "Surely the sacrifice was something, though her followers might indeed try to find a way to liberate or break the vessel."
Mizar Leader nods, like looks back at the Grand Temple of Malar, says, "Then it will be up to the Enclave to protect this, to ensure that it is used only when necessary. For it would not do well for these aberrants to be able to return without us having this."
Salazar looks out over the water and says, "I do not understand how they think, how they act. But if they do, we'll try to find an effective place to deliver it to them. Until then, it should be kept safe. This thing will try to find them, wherever they hide. And I fear if it cannot, it will make do with whatever else is around." As he sort of gazes out and says, "If we used it, it might kill them. Then there would be no more of them, and it would find something else to begin to destroy."
Mizar Leader here squints, like her smug expression now like one of pain, and like, "Yes, let us hope this threat was good enough." And she then thinks about where else they might go in the world and what havoc they may cause there, and then shrugs that off. I can't think about that. Just walks away from Salisnar to pick up the corked bottle and put
Those
it
people need to
somewhere safe.
fight their old dragon, their own green dragon, to fight the aberrants. You know, like.
No joke.
Yeah. Yeah. The threat has been delivered. Effectively.
Great. I'm done then. It's like midsummer. Mizar Leader's here. It's going to take some time off, and I don't think the faction is going to be sent doing anything right now. Means that the Versigatrix.
I mean, the Cicatrix is just defending Westgate. That's her thing.
Get to the end of the year so you can solidify control over it.
Oh yeah. It's like it's like, yeah, there's stuff I want to know, but not bad enough to lose Westgate again. So I is it right here?
All right.
Tell people to get a move on. Build this. Go fucking either kill or threaten that noble to do as I say. All the adventurer nobles that are now dead. I mean, now they're going to be pirate nobles or noble pirates.
We can summarize. You dealt with the Adventurers Guild in Redens here, as well in Westgate. They have no unified force to strike at you with. You made peace with Cormier, and you have banished the Abolithic Sovereignty, leaving very few things to actually mess with Westgate, which is good.
Looking at my faction, I feel okay with that.
The state of the city it's certainly, it's been some rough years, safe to say. It has fewer people now than it did, 100 years ago. Although, even the refugees couldn't sort of outlive the amount of destruction and war
Yeah,
and such that has occurred. That said, for the rest of the region, it's a somewhat quiet year. Most things sort of Termish and to the other side are looking towards the conflict in Chesenta and Tamanthar. To the north, Cormia is once more beginning to refocus on Sembia. As the North Alliance are dealing with the strangeness of giants beginning to assemble into larger groups, which is an unfortunate thing. That means trouble. Also words of, as has been ongoing, of many divine machinations and duels and conflicts playing out across their territory, as chosen for many deities have begun appearing in much greater numbers than normal. Usually, a god would have a chosen. A few gods are known to have many of them. But they're unprecedented numbers of beginning to run around. People who seemingly are not really that special get awarded the power of a god, and then suddenly they have a lot of things they want to get done.
I feel like the gods are fucking desperate. It's just signing people.
It certainly is a troubled time. Yeah. As the year begins to pass closer to winter, things change in grand but also slow and subtle ways in the realms in general. This year, a strange magical phenomenon was and whatever that was, it seems to have left a lingering effect upon the magic. Some wizards who have been, especially the really, really powerful ones, begin to find that some of their powerful arcane spells cease to function exactly like they should. Others find that the winds of magic that have been blowing so wildly and freely, accessible to all across the realms, have begun to grow calmer. No longer a storm of spell power that any wizard or sorcerer can just sort of reach out and grasp, but rather it is beginning to grow more ordered, controlled, or perhaps akin to how it used to be. Some even say that, some elven wizards say that the oldest cantrips from before the spell plague are beginning to function similarly to what they used to, those hundreds of years ago. It's not that major yet, but it's enough that it certainly is it will be discovered by both dragons, that it seems the weave of magic is beginning to knit itself back together.
I don't like that.
No, don't like it.
Well, I feel like Yaffle lived in the time when the weave worked, and I don't feel like she needs
That's
to
true.
return to her own powers. Like I feel like she has enough mojo going.
That's a very true statement.
Yeah. All her magic's gonna work now. I don't like that.
As the year, other than that, I mean, there really isn't that much else going to be happening.
Great. The Emerald Enclave is remaining in its defense of the region. Who knows what other far realm? I can't declare victory until they've pieced out.
Yeah. That said, across winter, you can reset your stats, and they will
Oh,
resubmerge. It's simply not worth risking.
There we go. Got to rely on intelligent creatures to make intelligent choices.
You know, they didn't get the hint first when we slayed the impossible, but they got there.
well, no, they didn't because they didn't know how it happened.
Yeah, true.
The two surviving aboleths now have some idea of how it happened, and also have a just like a wall, like that every aboleth can now like look and see the wall that's in front of them in time if they stay
Yeah.
here.
But let's have the power to share memories, so they can all get to live and feel how it was being helplessly bound while seeing a more powerful Aboleth being consumed by something terrible. And they have gone elsewhere to do other things. Neverwinter does not thank you.
That's right. I hear the Sea of Swords is bustling this time of year. Have fun.
Well,
I see the icon now. There's so much high-powered shit over there. Like, surely some
Ah.
chosen can, like, they can
Sword
resolve it.
Coast.
I'm so
gotta
pleased.
deal with
I'm
that.
happy. Oh, Lord.
Song of Madness and whatnot. Yeah. So that's happening.
Umberlee's fucking Kraken, who's over there, can deal with that
Mhm.
shit too. It's great.
Oh no.
Officially not our problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That means, as we reset our stats, you are now controlled Duke Getra, the steward of Westgate. Now,
That's,
Yes! My boy!
the city council will reset and be available to assist you if you require it.
Oh,
Of course, you could work on, as other factions have, to incorporate it yourself, which would mean that you become. As of now, they're just an allied faction that basically just will defend you while you're here, and attack your
Alright.
enemies while you're here. That's sort of what they do.
could I benefit from having them become
Like
Like-
from fusing together.
yeah.
I mean, you're stronger than them for the most part. Your
Yeah.
territory and theirs, though, could be actually ruling the city of Westgate would benefit you in that regard.
I'll contemplate that. It's better to
That
have
said,
them
the
defend
Night
me.
Masks also happily work to retake that position. If you don't want it.
I think we're gonna put a pin in it.
Which means,
Which means that I'll have a think about that.
all right,
adventure die should be re-rolled.
it should. That the
We're
adventure
super
die.
outperformed.
Let's see how's it going for them. It's not going well at all.
All right, looks like they may very well have fucked off to Jacinta and Time Anther at this point.
Yeah,
At least for this year.
there's
He'll
things
never
happening over
admit.
there.
He'll never admit there's a good opportunity
Yeah,
these
exactly. They heard that there's some stuff going up.
days. There's some stuff, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
News, by the way, this year from Zethiston will inform you that he has made contact with the Black Network in Baldur's Gate. Though it's small, Baldur's Gate has its own couple of thieves guild together in like a thief, like a thief guild conglomerate, which is anti Shadow Thief of Amn. There's a major guild in Amn. They're sort of doing like a thief war. But beyond that, something he finds incredibly weird is that the Baldur's Gate Thieves Guild is sort of pro the poor people. They very much do sort of steal from the rich and then share it with soup kitchens and such, which he finds very alien, and it's strange for him to, yeah, it's making it a little harder for him to get in because these people are not like they're more like chaotic good sort of types.
Yeah.
Than he is, which is more like neutral evil, he's not getting along
Still
with
better
them.
than most dragons.
Not getting along with him that much. So yeah, it's a strange city.
Okay.
Beyond that, there will be just news-wise. Cormyr and Sembia will have a couple of border skirmishes across their land. It seems that Sembia's rule is beginning to grow more chaotic. They've been very stable for the most part, just paying for netherese, luxuries, and the like. But now another muster is beginning to take place. Whatever's happening in the world, it's certainly beginning to spur them into action. Sooner. Or not yet. Beyond that, the eastern part of our map here is still very much concerned with the happenings in Cisenta and Timon, which are major, interesting, and complex, but not really the viewpoint of our current dragons and attention.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there anything you two would like to begin pursuing?
Yes, I think with the changes that have happened here, sightings of the Black Obelisk have been in, on the Sword Coast now. That once again the Emerald Enclave will send out a contingent of druids of Myliki up to Cormyr.
All right. He's well appreciative of it.
As this is, the effects of Shar and the Netherese and Symbia as something of concern to the Emerald Enclave.
Yeah.
In addition, I think what Israeli Legion is going to have the Emerald Enclave do now is start expanding, like, to be the ones who are direct control over, like, this region, like where, like, the Centaur camp is.
Yeah.
And so, like, be the ones who now, like, are stewards of this up to Redenseer. This is so that we can keep a close eye of, like, it's not so much like the road as so much as the land and what's happening over there at the Warm Hill.
Well, maybe even like expand the forest a bit, sort of,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Just start growing. It's we're the dominant power here. Missouri Legion will not call this like a total victory. Like, I'm not gonna like try to make like a justification for increasing sovereignty. This is they're elsewhere in the world, but the threat here has passed, and we did it. And now there's still more work to do, but we don't have to worry about that threat right now.
Yeah, the Centaurs are still positive towards the Emerald Enclave. They can count them as just allies, though nothing's really happened there. Their own like religious people are mostly focused on hunting gods and nature gods anyway. So
Yeah.
it sort of fuses well with their culture. Not a lot of raiding for them to do. They've not grown prosperous living here these days. The trade has some slowed down that way. Now it sort of passes by them to the Eelford instead. It then crosses over to further in. But they're still doing all right. A bit of Winterfell power in there. There's also that in the forest, of course.
Yes, of course.
The woodlands. Yeah, there's no real opposition to that, really. Mont Enclave certainly is strong enough to begin to spread out there. It's not particularly valuable land for them, but
nope.
It just means that they'll police around the lake from now on.
Yeah, just stewardship here. Like, we don't want to go like we obviously oversee like the entirety of this region, but recent events have made it like notable and concernable that we also need to look over here as well.
A little expansion of influence.
Yeah. Now we also need to with like the lessening of threat in the Sea of Fallen Stars, we can look elsewhere for the time being.
Yeah,
as the nature wall continues to slowly rise every year.
Oh yeah, it's inhospitable coast. The iron ruins on ancient rocks, waystones.
I think the other thing I'll do. My Leaky Druids have gone to Cormyr, and I've deducted for that. The Emerald Enclave in general has like an expansionist like attitude towards overseeing this area that's northwest of where we've been up to this point. There are, of course, other folks in the Emerald Enclave who are more inclined to be in cities, at least the Were-Rats under her personal command. We don't need to be bothering with looking after Westgate so much. Instead, we need to take a close eye at what's happening in the cities of Symbia, because that may very well be important. Our next great move, while we await for the Chosen of Sylvanas to arrive being delivered by a gold dragon, may very well be to help Cormyr defeat Symbia, to destroy that evil ritual magic that's happening up there. So I think spies and agents will be directed up north across the Sea of Fallen Stars to Symbia
All right.
to get to ascertain what's really going on there would be the question. They're changing. What's up? Is this just because of the weave of magic and Shar is feeling great pressure? Are there other pressures happening at them that's forcing their hand? Are the people trying to rise up and revolt? I need answers.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like
Espionage.
espionage.
Yeah, not gathering information. I want the secrets, influence, and treasure. That's 8 dice. I have a pair of 3s. Awesome.
Pair of 3s. Well, they, unsurprisingly, being a nation that is preparing for trouble, will be trying to stop you. Not necessarily knowing that it's you, though.
Sure.
Maybe they'll find out. Got myself what the dice roll is for that.
That would be influence plus territory to defend.
Influence and territory. All right. Well, we're good at both those things. So.
Yes, they stop. They figure out who's been poking around trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, so be it. It's not like they're going to do anything about that. You live so far away.
Right. They have more immediate concerns.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but you don't get to know exactly what's
all right.
very helpful. But publicly, it's the usual stuff. Now is the time to strike him.
Yes. The Emerald Enclave will attempt one more time, as if he's earlier is informed of generic knowledge and no, I needed something more. This may be a great concern. Shar, doom and gloom, corruption, ritual magic. Don't understand. 7 dice. 9, 7.
Nice.
Double 8, 7, 5.
You do it. You can't beat your
Alright.
9s.
All right.
Yeah. So what's actually going on? Well, it turns out that Symbia here is very much in working with Shar. Have been trying to capture Chosen, and been not really too successful in that regard. I mean, done some trade though with the Red Wizards, hoping for additional power. But the Red Wizards have been not very accommodating with actually paying their debts to Symbia. Not really like you. Yes, Shar has called out. Apparently, the timeline for when these Chosen will be needed to be captured and dealt with is narrowing very quickly. It needs to happen now. And the same for taking over Cormyr and sort of producing what they hope to be a localized, if nothing else, fusion of the weave with the shadow weave, granting the power of potentially the domain of magic to Shar, has to happen soon. Which means that they are now in a much stronger time pressure. Their divine power have told them that this is now, so they're getting ready for it. I mean, they only get this one chance, right? They're sort of mustering everything they can.
Okay.
And that'll actually count for the whole territory of Netheril. All the countries under their banner. Their power is beginning to ready itself. Cormyr's going to face a storm when that happens, because Cormier is very much the target.
Okay. Well, that's concerning, but also not immediately the Enclave's problem this year. We did our part to gain more, and perhaps we will slowly, we need time to think about things. We have treants. We gotta have a good ponder, and maybe next year we'll take action.
We have decided.
That you are not orcs.
But for now, that was a flurry of activity for me at the start of this year, and I think I'm good for now.
All right. How about Tricks in the Mark? Now there's peace in Westgate. Look at that. People are getting back to getting just mugged on the street. No one's getting, growing tentacles.
Well, no one's being mugged right now because I think everyone's fucking poor right now.
Oh, that just doubles the muggings, though.
Oh, that's true.
Always something.
Yeah,
you
we
can
don't
take
have
from
the
someone.
Baldur's Gate like Thieves Guild of being nice to poor people.
Besides, ships can arrive again. Trade can pick back up. Another way to bypass Cormyrian taxes. Because look at this,
You
they
know.
ended up not being anywhere on the road here. So
I would like to try and improve culture. I feel like we accomplished something big. We finally got over, took over Westgate.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, celebrate
You
in the castle with the new nobles who are like, yeah.
Yeah,
Art,
exactly. And
woo.
Sigatrix obviously is going to participate because she is there announcing who becomes nobles. Just
Territory and
you
treasure.
become noble. You do not become noble. Yeah.
Just need to do better than your sovereignty.
8. Come on.
Double
Yes.
fives.
Yeah. Dedication,
Okay,
strong
I was gonna say,
fear of,
oof.
or admiration for a leader.
Great.
They fear you,
4
your
minus
people.
1.
They are afraid of what you would do to them if they betrayed you. Some of them admire your ferocity and deadliness enough to brag about it to other people.
They should fear me.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, you have inspired it to a level of 4. There's a strong cohesion. There's, people don't take kindly to criticism of the Mark anymore. Trouble.
The mighty Sigatrix and Duke Getra
Yes.
together at last.
Yeah.
The steward of
Vice President of Westgate.
Nice to Stewart, basically. Yeah. I mean, he's.
Like, convince me why your message matters, or I'll eat you. That's Getra. He's the vizier.
Beats all
Yeah,
debates.
you want to see Sigatrix? Well, I don't know.
That's right. Pass the skill challenge to convince the beholder to let you through to see the dragon.
And if it's like, if you didn't prepare well, he's eating, and then good luck.
Get the death ray.
That's right. If you brought gifts of food, that's an automatic success. You 5 more required before 3 failures.
Yeah. You just need a party of 5 bards so they can all do the auto success overall. Yeah. I mean, well, ain't that the thing?
Yeah, you succeeded. It's a spring of enjoying victory, the fruits of your labor.
Mm-hmm.
The wines of Westgate, the distant foods of fancy places. Though Sigurd does partake herself. I mean, certainly the mood amongst the marked is good.
Yeah, she does not partake. I think she is going to. All right, so she has Portal to worry about. Obviously, that's
turn down and go through.
A project. Well, maybe we're best before that happens. Yeah.
Well,
Has he heard
you've got a
anything
full
back
rest.
from
You can
Cormier?
assume that.
Oh, sorry.
You've got a full rest.
Okay, cool.
From Cormier in regards to what?
Well, I was like, yo, once Westgate is settled, y'all need help with the dragons, or just.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you've told them. Like, they don't know about what's happening exactly.
I have a number.
But you can, if you want to tell, hey, Cormier, do you need help with killing dragons? The answer would be sure. Yeah, I mean that'd be great. Yeah.
was gonna say,
For
just
now,
got
they're
rid of those
considering
people.
you to be, you have a 10-year truce basically.
Yeah.
Their ships get to sail past, and they won't involve themselves in Westgate's politics.
Great.
Contacting them about dragon slaying though is they would be very very happy with that.
Well, it would be talked like tentatively about like some kind of plan of couple collaboration, right? Like I can't take care of all the dragons, but
I mean,
know.
mainly it would be the big one, right?
Yeah.
Usually when there isn't a big black dragon around, they sort of mostly spend time killing each other.
yeah, that's my experience.
So if they could get this black dragon to kill the other one, then that'd be great. Go back to usual, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, they obviously they're preoccupied. They can't really send military forces to assist you. They can't take those off the border with Zambia right now. But I mean, basically, it would be an open question. Like, if you could find a way to join some other black dragons and defeat Sevrius or something, maybe move them to Westgate. Who knows? What would you want? Like, it seems like what would you need to do that? Seems like it's in your interest already. How could they help you?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? Like, I can't fight Severus and all the black dragons. So, like, and that's why I'm like, I mean, it's not something we do right now, but it's like I need to put it out there. Like, if they get any ideas or I get any ideas, like, just that they would be interested, because there's gonna have to be some kind of distraction, you know.
Mhm.
I can
This-
probably
that
set up a
Brius-
meeting with him since
Yeah,
he thinks
he
that I'm his
usually
vassal.
isn't around all the black dragons.
He isn't?
No, he usually sticks around by himself. He doesn't trust them.
Oh,
Plus, he can throw him, really.
it's pretty far too.
Yeah,
he's,
it is
He's
pretty
big.
No, mostly he's by his muddy, acidic lair,
Mm,
dwelling on his pile of gold that's made of all the other dragons' pile of gold.
yeah.
Scheming and worrying about how people might attack him. Now that he's master of all the elements, nothing to stop him.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess Eri the player now has this problem to ponder: how to better my chances against this big epic dragon. Because I don't have, resistances to all elemental bullshit. Like,
Got
exactly.
acid. That's probably
Got
the main
acid.
one. Oh.
And have a ring for cold necrotic. Yeah, I got some, but yeah. All right. Well,
You'll have to, yeah, the fire you might want to think about next.
yeah. The storm, the orb that I gave him. So yeah. All right. Well, just I'll have a think about that. So it's just a plan in the making, I suppose, because Ari doesn't know how to set that up in a favorable position. I don't know that I should face him alone, but I also don't know that I, how to persuade Emissary.
Treasure. She's a dragon.
That's true.
You imagine
the
a
whole-
I
dragon.
guess the Cicatrix start, because she can scry on the orb, just start like looking around on the treasure and like creating images that she can later print out and
Right.
laminate.
like
Just like a PowerPoint presentation.
like Sevrius has the hordes of so many lesser black dragons.
Yeah.
Like in
That's
his
true.
horde, he's been around for a very long time. Like the amount of treasure he's gonna have is considerable.
Mm-hmm.
Think about the loot that we got from the Topaz Dragon's tomb. And think about how much of it was spent on said tomb.
Yeah. Imagine if we could also get paid from Cormier.
All right, you've gone too far here. Like,
Yeah,
how
they
many-
don't. They know they don't have to pay you. Yes.
Yeah.
You want to do this by yourself, so
How could they help me?
yeah, that's basically the
yeah.
question, right? Well, to make
I
this
don't know.
happen, what do they need to do, right? Because we'll sort of take care of the rest.
See, in my mind, it's like, I mean, they know that they're not gonna get the Orb of Storms, right? Like,
I don't think they have a great thought about that. I mean, they're not going to get it themselves right now.
yeah,
do
I was gonna
want
say,
it.
like, that's mine. You know,
Taking it from them probably is going to make them, annoyed.
that I take it from Severus.
Well, they would like it returned, obviously.
Yeah, well,
It's not
then they
that
can
big of a deal, right? They're
pay
not going to
me,
go to
you
war
know.
with Westgate over it. Like, it's at least not now.
Yeah.
Once upon a time when they were the strongest, but
Yeah. All right. Yeah. It's because she's like, yeah. I mean, what can they do for me, actually? Uh.
mhm.
maybe in her mind, like, maybe they can owe me like maybe they can look upon me a little nicer or something, like
Oh, sure.
That she's not gonna say that, but right? Now she's sitting looking out at the ocean, out the window, like, yeah. I mean, like, it seemed like such a good idea, but now she's like, yeah, things have changed, like, and then I suppose she'll, to ring up Emmy, on the sending stone.
It'd probably be a few
What
days
music does
before,
she
like,
get? Yeah.
none. Like, but Nemi's early here doesn't carry around the sending stone with her everywhere. She doesn't
Yeah.
carry it around at all. And so it'd be like a few days as the great elder of the Emerald Enclave, Slayer of the Impossible, is away right now. Gets back. Nemi's early looks at the stone, then returns. Like, do it, and answers for Cicatrix.
I was gonna say there's no. It's like maybe it could be someone. No, it's for Cicatrix. uh, hello.
Yes.
Is it Yes. Good. Given our recent success and the current state of peace in the area, though who knows how long that will last, I was considering us maybe going for a non-peaceful visit to Severius.
There's like a period of like 4 seconds, and then Nemi's early was like, who?
Oh,
She can't remember who
that
the fuck
black
that is.
dread.
It was just, I thought that title wasn't held.
No, it's held.
Okay.
It's a very big. She'll lay it down. The very big dragon bullies all the other dragons. Has all the dragons of the swamp's hordes. Has been raiding Cormia for a while. So it would also help in taking off like damage from them, so that they could focus on their war. And then every time and now it's just like sprinkling treasure.
Well, there's like, it's like a slow grasp of like several minutes. It was like, right, Severius. He went to visit Valignith,
Oh yes.
and Severius is deeply interested in you. That's Severius?
Yes. Well, he is under the impression that I'm his servant.
The Night Flame, Gloomfrost, Shadow Plague, Lord of Storms, Black Dread? That's Severius?
Yes.
Alright. North of the Sea of Fallen Stars, somewhere within Cormyr?
Oh, I know exactly where he is.
Where it's all covered in shadow right now, right?
Well, yes.
The Severius who has how many black dragons at his disposal?
I wouldn't know. He doesn't have them near him.
Okay.
I was also considering that we could set up a meeting with him, but honestly, that might actually bring out more servants.
There's like a pause as like the green dragon scratches her head, like, a meeting?
Yes, again, he believes that I am his loyal subject.
All right.
Well, as loyal as you would expect any of our kind to be. Not loyal
Sure.
at all. No.
I've heard tales of Zethasden, yeah.
I would.
So, you know how Severius fights?
Well, it has been a while. I can do some research, certainly. I
Do
mean, as I understand it, he has been terrorizing around Cormier lately.
you've been in his lair?
Did I meet him in there, or
No, but he's actually
no?
there. But I mean, you can see it for the orb scrying.
I was gonna say I can scry on him from in there.
Yes, him, but
Oh
what's
no,
the
his lair.
all right, so you could know the lair shape and its defenses. All right.
Well, I mean, the treasure room, I suppose.
There's like a pause and says, but nothing about whatever passageway Severius himself may use to get in and out of his lair.
No.
Have you considered sending adventurers?
Given that
know,
I recently eradicated the adventurers from Westgate, I must sadly inform you that they're not so happy with me right now.
says, fine. Is there a possibility of expending anyone or anything else to weaken this Severius? That
Do you
isn't
have?
us. Right, I'm asking you. This is your plan you're coming to me with.
Oh no, I would love to have pointers on a plan.
All right.
I was going to make Cormier help me, but I
No,
found out they don't really have anything to offer.
no, and even if they did, they wouldn't offer it to you.
No. Well, they're busy.
Yes. There's Symbia, but they're also busy.
Snorts. I don't think they care.
She says,
If anything, they're
is there
probably happy.
is there anyone else in the region you could convince to care?
I mean, would I know of anything, Manica? I don't think so. Like,
What do you think? Like people who could help you? Like,
yeah.
Or
I
people
mean-
you could like trick or like sway in some way to actually like weaken the dragon or go after him?
It's hard without adventurers.
The only faction I think you would know of is Darkhold.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, they're not that close, but yeah.
Well, Severius's minions do operate in that region. If like further like pain goes against like his
Yeah.
plans, he may actually be forced to take some action if he actually wants to get this conquest done sometime this century.
Yeah, that could be. I guess you could like there could be like they could start moving. I don't know if they would.
No, that's where diplomacy and or manipulation comes in. Our leader says, "All right, so you want us to? I'm not against it, but the current idea is to raid the lair of a dragon who is larger than us, to slay him and steal his treasure.
Yes.
This is a thing I have done before, but I'm not willing to. Hezepheh, I lured away from her lair. to a
Yes.
battlefield of our choosing. I am not willing to fight any dragon in their lair. Well,
I could probably lure him out, though he will probably bring a couple smaller dragons as vassals.
she snores, "Oh, I have slain dragons."
I mean, in Masikatrix's mind, she's entertaining, like, I mean, they could be potential power batteries, right? Like, I mean, if they're there anyway.
If you can find a way to get Severius out of his lair, then I will participate. If
Great.
Severius must be fought within his lair, given what I have heard of Severius, it sounds like a lot of effort.
Yeah, that's true.
I can expand a little bit of what Vesicatrix would know of the lair, because Vesicatrix has been around it, or at least to it when it was younger, to be presented before Severius back then and sort of accepted as one of his vassals, as you really have to. You're a black dragon, but you know, when he was small and he didn't really care. He has the prestigious place inside of this this large swamp, massive swamp really, where several tar pits are located. Thick, sort of stinking, black, and you know, due to him perhaps acidic tar, slowly bubbling and sizzling, sort of sticking to anything that moves in it, and sort of eating it up and dissolving it to black. Beyond that, the tar is flammable.
Oh God.
Which Severius is known to have. You haven't seen that yourself, but his name Night Flame comes from the fact that
Yeah,
he's most often covered in this tar when he fights, and likes to light himself on fire, seemingly not too hurt by it. Fly around as a living fireball.
Taking notes. Yeah,
you know,
definitely fire resistance.
Any creature that touches him is likely to get the sticky, burning tar stuck to themselves.
Yeah.
Though, of course, water will get most of it off. The word is that under the tar area, it's sort of thick enough that there's a place under it where it's mostly acidic and poisonous mud that's there. Severius eats many things that are terrible for him. He makes sure to regurgitate it into the mud layers here, to fill it with both his own bile, but also with remains of many acidic and poisonous plants. From which he's taken the name Shadow Plague, as he's mastered poison, or at least utilized it to his defense. Bite is also not just generally acidic, but also poisonous due to how many poisonous things he keeps eating. Means his stomach is
get him on a diet.
His stomach is always upset, but that's a worthy, you know, he makes him more grumpy generally. Beyond that, these days he can control the wind and the air around himself. He can make lightning shoot into people who bother him. That's useful. Well, the Orber storms mostly allow you to create actual storms, which just makes it hard for things to fly, which is good because he likes to swim. Beyond that, trained himself in magical cold with a deal from Shah, potentially. Use his darkness with frost and ice. Yeah. But with all this, his lair is mostly made up of static defenses. He doesn't keep a lot of creatures around. Though on top of his, around the tar pits is the clan of lizardfolk tribe, large tribe that worship him, god.
Yeah, I think that
Throwing offerings into the tar for him to eat.
He needs to be moved away, and now I'm trying to figure out how I get him to wash, like, meat underwater. That seems weird.
As there's you know, it's quite a hostile environment to anyone who's not Severius.
Yeah, I mean,
swim into the
intentionally.
tar.
Yeah.
Think of the last, black dragon whose lair we
yeah, I
raided,
remember.
Sincerio Therios, and then the
That was a
the
quest.
trap Sincerio Therios like planted. This dragon here Severus said hundreds of years to plan out how he wanted to
Yeah.
defend, and he's cowardly too. So
As
doesn't want to be attacked.
as for the treasure room, you're looking through the orb. It's enough to make the signatures maybe feel a little bit small compared to the heaps of treasure down there. Generations of dragons having had to sacrifice all they had ever gathered to him as he hoards it within, lying upon gold and silver and copper, all sorts of.
She's
Of
already
course,
dividing
mostly
it in her mind.
he doesn't care about art or maps or anything like that. It's all precious metals, because anything that isn't would be destroyed just being brought down here.
Yeah, that's the black dragon treasure.
He likes just the metals that don't burn in his acid, as of course it's submerged in the pool of it. Pools over it. But yeah, there's in the millions of gold.
Whew. Yeah, I still really old information about, all the fucking.
I mean, certainly doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It's an elder like black dragon.
No,
Yeah,
about
gotta have
like
it.
his
Okay.
weaknesses, not about his lair.
Okay.
Like all the oh, he's bathed in fucking flaming tar and.
So, better
eats
or
poisonous
worse than the
things.
undead stone giant?
I would say better. I mean, Tuvasigus is this thing where it's like Tuvasigus' mind is like he's not gonna fuck with my mind.
No, he is.
He's gonna deal a lot of damage.
He's not clever as such.
Just wanted to make sure that a dragon of this age category, this age, is, going to be an easier fight, perhaps, provided he's out of his lair, than the undead stone giant. When there were 3 dragons fighting him instead of 2.
It looks to Manakai, huh?
So here's the thing, right? Undead Stone Giant has been around longer by a significant margin, and has magical power, which in the realms is quite a lot higher. Severus has low cunning and draconic age. He's a big, strong thing that hits hard, is cowardly, fights unfair, but he doesn't just magic up armies of the dead or anything like that. He's been fighting Cormier without really doing that much, because he's not good at committing. He certainly is a formidable opponent, like most should, right? But he in a fight between him and the Death King, he would leave.
He would leave. Yeah.
That's
A very reasonable thing.
Yes.
It says, well, then, if you find a way to manipulate Severus into a position of weakness that we could capitalize on, I will assist.
Great. That's the end of the call. Yeah. Toot, toot, toot.
Green dragon,
Waits like
drops the sending stone and rolls her eyes.
2 seconds, for like, if there's anything else. No, all right, well.
Dragon shakes her head. Walks away.
Oh.
Do more important things like thinking. And applying minimal effort.
good at that. Yeah. I mean, that said, this seemingly is gonna be somewhat of a quiet year. The region hasn't really recovered from the whole Aboleth thing, and everyone sort of has a little bit of a nobody really. Everyone's sort of waiting for them to come back, right? Because no one actually knows why they left. Grand scheme of things, it just happened.
Yeah. I think around midsummer, Emmy's Early will compose a message to the Dragon King of Termish. She'll have delivered through a flying druid written Draconic, informing him that she has compelled the aberrations and banished them from this region. They are troubling the Sword Coast now, and she does not expect they will return so long as she lives.
She will receive I mean, he's impressed, right? And glad to see that his allies are proving to be as useful as they are. As a common foe, and he very much appreciates being informed. Resume his ship traffic then, on which his nation depends greatly. And if only there wasn't rumors of some sort of chosen knight walking around his lands, gathering people for an uprising against their Dragon King, yeah, he would feel great. But as it turns out, being a ruler of Termish has been pain every single year. He's been doing it.
But it's the challenge he wanted.
He will wrangle it.
That's right.
Sending
bringing
off rebellious elements to Jacinta.
Yes.
Go in the Foreign Legion there to fight.
Yeah. It's the only
It's a
person
classic move.
It's the only person this Green Dragon wants to directly tell. All the others, she doesn't want to brag about it because they're not destroyed. The obelisk remains. It's just gone. Figures maybe like legend and rumor will like piece it out. Adventurers, they'll know.
They'll figure it out, given that they also were part of the investigations.
Yeah.
But news doesn't travel that fast because people have to actually walk around. Long way to Cholt. No. Long way.
Long way. All right then. It's a quiet year. I don't intend to take any further action unless I'm interrupted. It doesn't look like. Are you going to do anything with your company at all this year?
I don't
Beyond
think so.
like uniting people?
I haven't decided yet. I don't know.
Is she does she intend to honor the agreement she has made with Cormyr about ship trafficking? Like making sure that Westgate understands the situation?
Yeah. You know what? That seems like a policing role.
It does.
You know? It sure does.
What is it again?
Might and sovereignty.
Might and
Sovereignty, all right.
7 dice for you.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, you can outsource that too.
Vestigators will participate.
to
This is
the city
important.
guard of Westgate.
The first couple years, this is important. Like, not that important, apparently. Yikes.
5-5. What you have to beat.
I'll try and do that better. I'm not happy with that.
All right.
That's not acceptable. There
That's
we
his
go.
tradition.
Yes.
7, 4.
The painted signs the goblins have erected.
Yeah.
No
She,
way.
like, it must be made. She, in her mind, it's the same sign. She's like, it must, like, how?
It's like, well, we made a sign to remind us what we're not allowed to do. We put it by the harbor. Look at the sign. It says, raid Cormyrian ships.
Yeah.
No.
You're like, what?
No, we're now during this year. I do have to ask, Harry, because Vercingetorix at any moment in time give thought to the fact that the Black Obelisk ain't destroyed yet, and so she may be disobeying the desires of Umberlee. Or does that not hit Vercingetorix's mind?
Yet.
I think she has, like, she thought about it when this was, like, discussed, right? But it's also like, I mean, they killed the Impossible. Like, in her mind, it's like, yeah, I mean, she would like me to end it at one point.
Yeah, but I don't serve you, Umberlee.
Yeah, I didn't agree for, like, a deadline, so far, like, for giving me, a dagger. I've certainly helped her a lot,
Witch Queen is known to be very reasonable.
Yeah, no.
Hence the name.
I think she has more people to be angry about. For now, she hasn't even given her own chosen his regenerative power backs. So
Oh, she has them.
she has now when he
And-
did the impossible.
Yeah.
Oh.
And beyond
Great.
that, there will be a question from that direction.
Oh.
How? What?
Oh no. Yeah.
Does it know? How would Vercingetorix respond should Evander come and suggest that his main seat becomes Westgate, as it's really meant to be? At the time that he's here. It's the city. It's one of the cities of Umberley, right? Like Waterdeep should be. And there's a big kraken right there trying to make it so. But you know, place needs a main deity. Umberley. Temple.
Let's say I've been thinking of dedicating the city to Umberley, but I don't know if I want the chosen to fuck about here.
Hey, he's not gonna do nothing. He's gonna chill for a while, being undead and all. But you know, if the city
But
needs
he wants
defending,
to be the official leader.
no,
Oh.
oh God, no, he's not gonna. For his mind, he's sticking around until Umberley tells him to go do something else.
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, I intended to have already announced that like this is the city of Umberley. Like,
All right.
because
In
we're
that
pirates.
case, then yeah,
There's a temple.
part of the fleet of Umberley, although it is not as grand as it used to be, we'll move in and take not cover them, and we'll move in. So we have more factions in Westgate once more.
Yes. Thinks about how can I charm that turtle away from me.
It would make it lair somewhere underwater.
Does it have a sister or a cousin or something? I could.
Dragon turtle friend.
Yeah.
They're around.
Dragon turtle friend, like teach me about like
Yeah.
what can I do to
same.
woo?
They will then begin arriving, and with a citywide dedication to Umberley, that really is quite the statement to have it be sort of official. Umberley has always been probably the biggest religion in Westgate, but have it officially sort of declared the city.
Now, how do they take to an agreement to not raid the Cormyrean ships?
Don't care right now. The fact that
They
the
don't
fact
care.
that the
Great.
Cormyreans secured that agreement means that they are afraid of it.
Okay.
Honestly, he himself, he the general really says that he speaks for Umberley in most regards. That's sort of what being a chosen means. She's given him some of her power, and as long as he's furthering her way in the world, he's doing what he's supposed to. So he will
Yeah.
say that Umberley's demands have grown quickly, and expectations also. And so he believes that making results sooner rather than later, is better for him. The gods are agitated. He wishes to have as much power now in the short term, even if it would cost her in the long term.
Well, having a city as a dedication,
Yeah, and a pretty big one at that.
seems like a good move then.
The Emerald Enclave officially recognizes the new form of government of Westgate, and its citywide devotion and dedication to Umberley.
See, that was one of the parts I was like, well, I know Umberley, and I was like, I need an excuse for the Emerald Enclave to continually care a little bit about Westgate. I was like, move Umberley in here. That's it.
Yeah, Umberley is certainly one of the one of the older gods and one of the gods of Fury.
Well, let it be known that the Emerald Enclave were the ones who established the Temple of Umberley, and that's going to be open like knowledge here, right? Like, you know. No, it's like I mean, just the temple, like the people of Umberley should know that they're Emerald Enclave for cool guys, you know, like don't fuck with them. Yeah. Great. It was feeling a little empty in here, not gonna lie. Of course, you'll get to meet Duke Ethra, and
I think the chosen Umberly meets whoever the fuck he wants to. They don't think he's concerned.
He's mostly aboard his ship, but yeah, sure. I don't think him and Gether would have a lot to talk about. And they did see
No.
each other during the fight with Craig.
True.
that's true. I don't think Evander Highcastle talks a lot.
No.
Like, I do enjoy that he's like, yeah, he speaks for Umberly, but like, him and Visigistic has sort of had enough dealings that there's like a sort of little bit of a bond. Like, no,
They have
yeah,
rapport.
it's like, yeah, I see you. Yeah. All right. Great. I mean, Visigistic will.
Now's your cunning scheme to like capture Evander Highcastle and like use the chosen to fuel your own power, much as others are attempting to do.
I can't say that I didn't earlier this day sort of like, well, I mean, okay, we can use dragons at batteries.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. I mean,
Oh, no, but then
you
I was
could-
like, well, I mean, with the same principles, surely if there was, like, I mean, Saz Tam did it. This seems to work pretty great for him. There's
so
tokens on the
so
ground.
many others want to do it. Like, just imagine like how much a chosen could be worth if you sacrificed it to another entity or individual. What that
Yeah.
might get you. So many
Yeah.
people want them right now. They're in style, in
I
vogue.
demand, and also lots of them around.
Yeah.
Really, no one would
even
miss
if
a
it's not
single
this one, I mean,
No, just find that chosen Kraken, and then get cracking.
hey. Yeah, I think Visigistic will start working on like setting up some kind of she knows Severus sort of I guess I could do like an insight check to try and like figure out like, hey, how could I like she wants him obviously to meet him not by his lair, right? Now she could go and like, yeah, we can meet at the Dragon Fane, but that's a sacred zone for no combat between dragons, and
And Tiamat, perpetually known for being like no combat between dragons.
well, I mean, isn't that the point of the like whole plateau though? It's like, oh, here we meet and talk as dragons, whatever.
Yeah, they wouldn't see happily that you bring someone there to
Yeah.
murder them. That's not.
Yeah,
That would
know.
make it a place that you couldn't bring people to meet.
Perhaps she would try and set it up there like they can meet somewhere so that they can go there together, and then like the assault can happen on the way.
Why not in Westgate itself? Like, it's very close by. Like, see how great and wonderful your servant has done.
Yeah.
The Cormyreans
Offer him
believe
tribute.
they can get free passage here, and it is right for like you to like plunder and take their wealth for your own. It was all a cunning scheme you placed down to lull the Cormyreans into a false insecurity, not thinking that you were actually working with Severius.
If she's sleeping, she's like, oh my god, who is this voice speaking to me in my dreams?
I know. The duplicitous green dragon who doesn't actually lie as much as she wants to. She's too powerful to care, I guess.
Just whispering into the sending stone. Particularly thinks it's her own ideas. Yes, oh, great. You know what? That's a great idea. She's gonna make a letter. She's like, yes, I have recently taken a Westgate for you, my lord, or whatever.
Fawning and scraping. Oh, great night flame.
Oh, yeah. No, he has a giant ego and it's not very clever. That's how you fucking, and basically being like, yes, come, visit this new, province, and like, yeah, talk about the like fake trade agreement with Cormyr, and where like
I mean,
reader patches.
so-
There's
so-
this.
there's two ways, right,
Mm-hmm.
that you can make sure that he will show. That is the first one. Is probably to offer him great gifts of wealth and power and submission and whatnot. He does like going and like slapping people around to show that he's powerful and mighty.
Hmm.
The other way is to declare yourself the Black Dread. That would also be a way to call him to you
You know what?
with
Like,
murderous intent.
Where Cicatrix absolutely isn't the duplicitous, like manipulative sort either. Manakai's gone to something here.
Those are
It would
the
be
two
too
ways
funny,
to
wouldn't it?
officially declare yourself the master of the dragons of Corby.
Especially because you've been kicking and screaming not to do that this entire campaign. Like, yo, you didn't want
Yeah,
to
oh
control
no,
us,
yeah.
kid.
Me as a player is just like, oh, it'd be so tasty.
But that's a way to put all the Black Dragon's eyes upon Cicatrix.
Right, but then would he come himself, or would he bring like 1,000 black dragons?
I mean, he'd probably bring some either way. Because
Yeah,
he's
that's
leaving his
true.
lair.
Right,
But
okay, he
the
has to
thing
have
about those
witnesses.
Black Dragons, here's the thing, right? He worries that they would stab in the back at the first chance. They probably would.
They would.
And they probably would you too. They want to be on the winning side, whatever that means. So
Yeah.
in battle, they are fickle allies at best.
Once they get a bloody nose, they run.
No.
All right, yeah.
So that's a way to sort of make him show up, and of course the reception there will be different based on right.
Right, there's a difference between yes, welcome, great lord, to finally the cowardly Severius shows up.
Well, the thing is, like, I feel like it'd be easier to set some kind of like trap in like a house or something if he is like, happy
house?
with you.
He's a bit too big for
Well,
that.
Yeah, it's true. He
You
can't
can't
fit
house
in.
him. He's huge.
It'd be too funny, wouldn't
You
it?
can't do to him what Sincere Therios did
Yeah,
to like the
no.
party.
I just want him to fucking be in the water, so we don't have to deal with ongoing tar shit.
How are you so convinced that he still can't find a way to ignite himself in water? He's a black dragon.
Yeah, but it'll wash the tar off, right?
Is that how tar works?
Didn't you say that, Manaka? That if he was like submerged, he would
If,
like most of the tar would.
it was mostly when he goes down to the bottom of his lair because it's all mud
Oh,
and
okay,
sand.
okay, I misunderstood.
It's basically his lair has layers of different substances. It has to be put through. But he's strong. He's clever.
All
in a
right,
sort of low cutting way.
Cicatrix. Well, he's not clever.
Sure.
But Cicatrix will call up Emissary, I suppose. So I have an idea of how to make Severus come to me.
There's like a pause and says, all right, so we wouldn't have to fight the older dragon in his
Yes.
lair. What is your
No.
idea?
And the travel would be a lot shorter. Not that you would care if you use our rings, but well, I suppose the travel back.
What is your idea?
Well, you know the whole thing about. Well, do you know the whole thing about the title of the Black Dread?
I've heard from basically as long as I've known you that you did not want to be the heir to the Black Dread.
Yes. Well, the thing is that if I declare myself that, Severus will have to show up.
Is this some sort of political thing that he could not afford to ignore you and so would have to come after you?
Oh, yes.
I see. And then you would be facing Severius and doubtlessly some flying minions he's brought with him.
Yes. There will
Yeah.
be dragons with him, but they will be fickle.
And
They
you
want to
have
be on the winner's
you
side.
and me and anyone or anything you trust who could fly, Zathisdin?
Well, he is far away. I suppose I could call him home. Yes. I hear that he has trouble getting along with the thieves' guilds in Baldur's Gate. Apparently, they
He's in
still-
Baldur's Gate?
Well, yes.
Ah. Well, given what little I know of his personality, a message like that he may not respond to in time.
Oh,
So,
yes.
so perhaps you should just let him be doing whatever he's doing there. Do you
Yes.
have anything that can fly? If Evander High Castle's still in the region, but he doesn't fly either.
My Gethra.
You're going to send a beholder after dragons? The Emmy's early tree is offended that this aberration, beholder or not, would you would trust it in the air to fight dragons. That's dragon superiority. They're almost like, how dare you?
Well, I mean, I was hoping for your collaboration as well.
Because certainly I would be there. She thinks I have flying mounts for my minions, but Wince is there's clearly nothing that would compare to a dragon anywhere near here.
No. Honestly, as a player, I'm not sure I'll bring. I want to bring. Can't lose Gethra to this monstrosity.
Uh, She says,
I suppose he's useless if I don't use him.
and this fight most probably is taking place in the air, where spectators can watch and see who will truly be the Black Dread. She says,
Yes.
all right, so problem. Say you declare yourself this Black Dread, a geopolitical move that it would incense this Sevrius,
Mm.
and you lose. We don't die, but you lose. Now he's above Westgate, and so you presumably lose Westgate then, yes?
I doubt that he currently has enough forces to.
He would be there himself in Westgate. You are the most powerful entity in Westgate, yes?
Well, Evander High Castle.
Ah,
Oh, yes. He moved into the Temple of Umberly. It is now a city dedicated to her.
I'm aware of that. Was not aware the Chosen of Umberly had relocated there. Well, there would certainly be a great deal of humiliation and shame. I don't know whether that does anything. You would lose face in front of all of your minions and Umberly and the denizens of Westgate, given the openness of the fight. You certainly could be the Black Dread. I'm willing to do this. I just want to make sure you want to do this.
Honestly, I have wanted to for a while. But Lignif made some kind of agreement with him, however, but Velignif is far away.
We do not answer to him.
Exactly. Well, I was hoping that Velignif, being he wanted for a while to maybe declare himself the Black Dread.
He wants what's in his gut and is currently doing what his gut tells him.
Exactly. I cannot face Severus alone.
You would not be, just that if I flee the combat, I don't lose anything. This Black Dread is not coming after the Emerald Enclave. I am too far. You are much closer to that sphere, and I don't know what sort of I don't know what it means to declare yourself the Black Dread and lose.
Well, most likely Severus will. make an example out of you, I suppose.
Are there any examples in your longer life of someone having declared themselves the Black Dread and Sevrius going after them?
Is there, Menagai?
In your time, no. We have witnessed, however, when he basically calls them every now and then to come give him tribute, that someone has not done so, probably because they didn't have anything that seemed worthy or some such, and he has made an example of. Usually, just like tearing them apart, and eating.
Yeah, she'll relay that.
She says, "Do you think you can outmaneuver him in the air?"
I mean, I've seen him fly. He does, however, have the Orb of Storms.
Yeah, he does, and you would know that. Who
Yeah.
can say what an Orb of Storms would grant to people,
Someone in the air.
or
Yeah.
how he could use that against people in the air?
Yeah.
Because there's a difference there as well. As you declaring yourself the Black Dread, he is coming for violence. If against you, if you like lure him in and woo him, he's still probably paranoid, but isn't expecting that now's the time you actually try it. Regardless, I think you should make a choice today. See it done. Whatever you decide, it's got to be done. You've wanted this for so long. Can't say no. Got to provoke him some way.
I'll take it. I intend to.
Yeah.
Now the question is, see, that's the thing. It's like I don't know that Visigatrix would declare herself, like, because, like, again, as Guru said, like, she has resisted that, like, all along, right? She tore herself away from that. She had made her lair as far away as it could be, you know, so that she didn't have to fucking deal with that shit.
Well, maybe in should she slay Sevrius, she could then declare there is no Black Dread.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but then, if she declared herself the Black Dread first, then everyone would just still think she was, right?
Well, yeah, but she could say that she isn't the Black Dread. You want people to be afraid of her anyway.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, if you slay Sevrius, they're gonna think you're the baddest motherfucking Black Dragon around
Yeah.
here. You're gonna be the Black Dread in thought.
Me as a player loved the idea of declaring myself the Black Dread, right? Because it's funny, because it's something that has haunted me forever, And every time you talk with a Black Dragon, like, yeah, I don't want to either. And you're like, oh god.
Cicatrix. Go ahead, Manikai.
There is another aspect to consider with that the Cicatrix might think about, right? And that is, as DM, I don't want to do like a gotcha move or anything. Palmia would be concerned that you said, I am now the Black Dread Dragon King of Palmia. However, that would turn into the opposite when the Black Dread says, oh yeah, by the way, the title's gone now. I abdicate. There's no Black Dread anymore. That whole thing is done. Sure, the Black Dragons might go, oh yeah, of course. Yes, definitely. Yes, naturally. That's, of course, King. I mean, Visigatrix, but Comia might actually consider that a pretty good indication that Visigatrix is not looking to be peace between.
Right, but she could announce that either way, even if she doesn't announce herself the Black Dread, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Something else I will posit is Vercingetorix loves causing pain. Not just the murdering, but the pain involved. She likes inflicting that pain. And so, what would be the most painful thing to inflict upon Sevrius?
Yeah, would he be more maddened at a challenge or being outsmarted?
Wait. He wouldn't have time to be angry if you just started attacking him
Yeah.
when he was at Westgate, but You know, like he thinks he's coming for tribute and he's just getting something else. Whereas, like, if you like stick the equivalent of a middle finger at him and force him to come all the way out of his lair to gather like some minions to observe him whooping your ass, to come all the way over here to whoop your ass, he's just, how dare this upstart revolt rebellion, like this servant. An alternative would be like you declare yourself that, lure him out, and then when you know he's gone, we sneak in and fucking steal your Orb of Storms.
Hmm.
But if we did that, then you couldn't be seeing it done.
Yeah. Yes. Let's meet somewhere here, and then meanwhile, the other dragons in the lair are just like hoarding. Hmm.
Although he's probably taking the Orb of Storms with him. If he's
Yeah.
expecting to fight you, then I would expect that, like, dragon hordes being what they
Well,
are, he
either way, he'll bring it because it's a very expensive gift I gave him, and he knows how much it hurt
that's
for me.
true. Like, what would want to
Like,
remind you?
oh yeah, oh yeah, like rub it in
Yeah.
your face, like.
Yeah. So we could loot his treasury, but not take, that. There you go. All right. Let's step away to go to the restroom real quick. Make a choice.
Yeah, I fucking know.
That way Manikai can prepare for next session, because that's
Oh
important.
yeah, definitely. I know what I will put on as a goal.
Well, do you?
Uh,
Did you take the invoke?
yes, I did.
Right, so it's one way or the other then.
Yep. Oh yeah, it's happening.
All right.
Hmm. Can I want a meeting with Evander.
Sure. You find him by his sunken ship. Probably in the Temple of Unbelief, which is probably made of shipwrecks they have sort of piled up
Yeah, I mean, there are
on the
plenty of
coast,
them
beaching them up
around
there.
here.
There's lots of priestesses of Unbelief. She mostly likes. Yeah, you can meet with them now. Boots always leaving wet marks. Patron of the city.
I should nod. I would like to proposition something for you.
You will speak. We are allies in the struggle to strengthen the Queen's purpose.
Yes. And it is also related to her in a way. For a long time, I have been at odds with the Black Dread. Does he looks? Does he show any knowledge of that?
He knows what it is. He doesn't care.
Yeah. He is currently in the possession of the Orb of Storms,
which would make a powerful gift to the Queen.
I considered trying to lure him here, either by declaring myself the Black Dread or, well, making a ruse of how I, as his loyal subject, have gotten him Westgate. She throws her claw out, rolls her eyes. Now he is a mighty opponent, and despite perhaps getting help, it is not an easy task. The Orb of Storms will give him many benefits, of course, in the air. I was, well, wondering whether you would be able to somehow help with that, given your position. Of course, the orb would be. It's like, again, it's pain. It's pure pain. Returned to you upon victory, if such a thing will occur.
And you ask for me to find a way to nullify its power for a time.
Yes, if possible, or. I mean, I suspect it would be hard for you to partake in the battle, since it most likely will be above land and water. Though, of course, you are welcome if you so desire. He calls himself the Lord of Storms.
Any sacrifice to Umberlee these days will be received well. The Orb of Storms would be a grand gift. Anyone would receive. Would much enjoy having it returned. You thought well in this. Now Umberlee is not one to calm the seas. But perhaps he might be able to make a storm that not even the orb could quell entirely. It might make it difficult for you, but if it is as difficult for him, surely that evens out.
Squids, yeah. If there is no other way, I suppose. Though it would have to be timed, of course. I doubt he would fly in here if he saw that. My kind is, well, quite careful with their approach.
Not. I can call upon sea storms at my leisure. Would it that he lived in the sea, I could go and claim this thing from him, but his lair has little to do with water, and is not Umberlee's to.
Perhaps he is covered in flame. Now, I don't suspect, well, a sea storm might not only help with his movement, but also quench that just a bit.
Depending on the season, you could have thunder, hail, rain, fog, wind, sleet. Umberlee's powers are many, but once we move upon land, Telos would contest any move she makes. He calls himself the Lord of Storms. And although upon the seas Umberlee claims the domain of weather and wind, he does so over land. Thus my powers there limited. Powers.
But you could make a storm, given that
Across
it
the
is
water.
Westgate.
Across the water, certainly.
No, man, if we were like on like the outer, like close to the water in Westgate, would that still be hitting? Or
Yeah.
yeah,
Westgate is Umberlee's domain. We made sure of that.
yeah.
Yeah, and basically, the Orb of Storms, I mean, you've had it, allows you to control the weather, which allows you to
Yes.
summon storms, which you can ignore the effect of.
Right.
Now, mix it with something else that allows someone to control the Orb of Storms. You would essentially have two conflicting rituals, which means that whoever was the greater at their ritual check is the one who would get it. Now, the Orb of Storms performs a ritual with a base check, basically. You don't have to roll for it, you just do it.
Right.
And then the orb sort of does the work. But that check is not super high, which means that if
I'm
you're a
pretty
powerful
confident.
druid or the like, you
Yeah.
can summon a storm that can override the orb. Though of course you have to pay for component costs and learning the ritual and take casting time and all that stuff, while the orb sort of just has that already built in.
Yeah.
So yes, he could potentially override it. It would take like 10 minutes for him to kick in, but yeah.
All right. Well,
Which would make
So-
everyone have to deal with.
well, the thing is, you know, if we're in Westgate and if it's a ruse, that like we're not as dependent on having like locking him down and making being in the air not attractive to him is not like that's good. You know,
Mhm.
I'll take that. You know, even if it's not as attractive for me either, like, you know,
I mean, for the most part, like a powerful wind and such for dragons would be difficult terrain in air, right? You would half your fly speed, basically,
right.
which
Yeah.
certainly makes it more difficult to move around.
Yeah.
And then if it's like he controls a thunderstorm or something, right? He might have some lightning strikes and whatnot. But a powerful storm like this would be half fly speed. Because rain is not going to like hurt.
Yeah. I think that is that's what we're gonna do, and I think that determines then that it'll be more beneficial to you know, try the vassal way, because my buddy Amberly guy needs to have time to make the storm, and you know,
All right.
that seems
And in return, he will be offered the Orb of Storms.
yes.
Right.
Well, I mean, he'll be offered. He is enabling me to get it, and then
Mhm.
I'll give it to Amberly, right? Like, you know, which essentially is him.
Yeah.
But I want some of the credit.
Of course.
Yeah. It's a powerful gift right now.
Is
When I was, when I was coming back to the computer, I had not expected to hear that you were offering the Orb of Storms to another.
No.
But it makes perfect sense to get Evander Highcastle to assist and to basically like derail like the Orb of Storms from being used against us in an upcoming
Yeah.
fight.
Yeah.
It's yours, right? You stole it fair and square.
Yes. Yeah, I did also steal it from. That's not from Cormier, you know?
You took it from Cormier, who took it from the Captain's Council, who took it from. There was a
Cormier.
chain here.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, again, it's painful, but I mean, the thing is also, she's looked at all that gold, right? Like, yes, the Orb of Storms, but it's not like, I mean, in her mind, it's been hers all along, but she hasn't actually gotten to use it at all. And what's she gonna do? Sit in Westgate, the city
So-
of Umberlee, with her Orb of Storms in her treasury? No.
So she's choosing to spend the Orb of Storms for something that she does want to achieve more, which
Yes.
is killing, and
Yeah. Yeah.
being content with all of the other treasures Everett has managed to hoard.
Yes. So there will be, you know, a grand proposal of invite here for Severus to inspect his new province. As he, you know, commanded. Well, he suggested that Lignef, you know, would do it, but his loyal subject, Vercingetorix, has done this. as the red dragon has, conveniently forgotten its allegiance. Throw Malignant under the bus.
It's, I'm sure Malignant would say, "Oh, that's fine. If that
Yeah.
helps you, just go ahead."
Yeah.
Don't know
Well,
what he's about.
that's what he says in my mind.
About to, fine with it. Yeah. If he ever heard about it, but yeah.
I mean, it's not
I
wrong.
mean, Severius would of course expect you to prepare your fleet to sail and attack Cormyr immediately. That's the idea.
Yes, you should come command them.
So, what
Me too.
season do you want to invite him down?
Well, it's summer now, late summer, yeah.
Yeah, we're through the rainy season of spring. We're in summer.
How would winter sound? Like, I want also Emmy to have some kind of, date. So that I don't like, oh yeah, he's here, and then I call and it's like, oh wait, I'm not home.
And suddenly you
know.
have to serve him and invade Cormyr.
Yeah, exactly. That's the no, thank you.
Well, ask Manikai for potential holy days pertaining to
Yes.
Umberley, and choose one that's befitting for that. If one remains within the rest of the calendar of Hartos this year.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, let's have a look.
If there isn't one, we'll make one for Umberley. You know. It's just not gonna fucking throw some gold in the goddamn.
We've got here like the first tide, which is not, that's already passed.
That's a winter thing.
Yeah. Fair Seas Festival is held in West Waterdeep. I don't know when in the calendar of Hartos that would be held.
Last 10 day of chess.
No.
Which is spring equinox. No.
Sure
that
is.
has also passed.
It's also passed. No, there are no suitable Umberley holidays.
Then again, if they get to have one, we can Dragon Slaying Day. I don't know. Maybe that's a bit on the nose. Fighting Severius
Yeah.
Dragon Slaying Day.
Also, Ari, how can you not be inspired by this avatar of Umberley right here?
Wait, how's it?
I posted in the group like DM.
Right? Look.
That fisherman screwed up. Like,
Yeah.
he's so outgunned.
When an entire avatar is coming to fuck your
He
shit,
doesn't
you
even
have
have a sail anymore.
Nope. I mean, it's brave of him to still try and stir, I suppose.
He's gonna drown. That's basically what's gonna happen there.
Oh yeah. He's fucking dead. Yeah, I mean,
And I think it's just up to you because her domains don't include like any particular season, so
yeah.
just pick a day. What kind of season? Whether you want it in fall or whether you want it in winter.
What weather, the storm, how it? I guess it would be more misty in fall and snowy in winter. That
You wouldn't get snow here. That would
slush.
be typical. But it would certainly be cold, and you would have like a wind.
How would fall be?
I mean, either windstorm or just very foggy.
No, we want the wind, right?
You want wind to slash through dragon wings. Understood. I've been here before.
Yeah.
Earlier this campaign, I've been here before.
Spring would be a rainstorm. Summer is basically thunderstorm.
I mean, rainstorm is also very good.
The rainy
I don't
season.
know that it could quelch all the fucking tar shit. You know?
I mean, ideally though, you'd want it done within this year so that you could also take actions with
do other shit. Yeah, no, it's gonna be winter.
Right, at the end of the year.
That gives I mean, we'll put it on the solstice. Like, is there some
Yeah,
other?
the winter solstice. Yeah, that could be done.
Yeah, I feel like there's a celebration on Umbally, like for the spring. I mean, who knows? There could be one for,
Okay.
or
Yeah.
maybe after that day, if we win, there'll be a new celebration.
Mhm.
The winter solstice
Independence
is in the
Day.
final month of the calendar of Hearthos, Nighthall 20, which is the end of the second 10 day, the final
Yeah.
month.
And
Until then, you can shop. You can do things to prepare yourself. It
yeah,
sounds
so
like
he will come. Is that like
yeah. If you
Yeah.
if you want to come like having a festival to him, at
Yeah.
winter solstice,
Oh,
to
yeah.
celebrate his mighty power, and prepare the invasion of the next. I mean, of winter, he is the Gloomfrost.
Yes, that's the
Shah's
thing.
power.
She will just like you know go into that, right? Like feel like black dragons have a natural like instinct to like grovel and like, oh yes, it's like born viziers, really. So, oh
Born
yes, my
Viziers.
master. Yeah, great. There'll be a festival, there'll be promised great gifts, of course. It's only right.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, to bless the city with a new gold era, That will all be
Yes, a
foretold to
golden
him.
age of darkness. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Great.
that's not a problem. He's not afraid. He considers the greatest extent of Cormier's borders to be the current extent of his borders. Though he isn't the Black Dragon. He hasn't said that he is. He's just the
Okay.
person who makes sure that if someone was going to say they were the Black Dread, they got judged. See if they were up to it.
Here you go. Why don't we have it not in Nighthall, but on Uktar, rather like right after Uktar, the special day, because there's 5 special days like wedged in, like between the various months. Between Uktar and Nighthall, there is a day called Feast of the Moon, which is sort of like it's a day that traditionally marks the onset of winter. It's a grand festival day overall, and worshippers of Shar end up calling this day the Rising of the Dark.
Oh,
Directors
great.
of like local cults, they gather together, they outline the
Mm.
dark plots of the coming year, typically over the quivering body of a live sacrifice. And so while the Feast of the Moon is seen like a holy day by like quite a number of deities, Shar worshippers also like flex into that too. It's still going to be pretty damn cold because it's right before Nighthall.
Great. Yeah, why not? You know?
It sounds
The
like that's where
Rising of the Dark.
That's why we'll pick up next time. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, a swift message will be sent to Cormier.
Cormier.
Well,
Saying what?
just like, you
Are
know,
you're going
the
to tip your
mission.
plan? God forbid Severius have any informants or agents lodged
Yeah,
into
you're right.
Cormier's.
I should not. They're gonna have to deal. They're gonna have to deal. You're absolutely right.
All right,
Yeah.
yeah. The next time, it sounds like you have an idea of what you're going to be filling for that goal slot.
Yeah.
Slay Severius. Then you can be. You can take all of his titles for your own. Except for the Lord of Storms.
Yeah, not Lordstorms.
The Bitchatrix.
Yep, Trick strikes again.
Grey
Yeah.
Whereas I have a goal slot to fill. Ah.
Yeah, what you gonna put in there? That's what I want to know.
We'll find out next week.
Wow.
If we even do, because I may not look past the fight with Severius.
Yeah,
Because I don't expect to walk away with it,
Well,
with a victory.
even if we do win, I mean that battle's gonna take a while.
And then we
and
got a
then-
race to get to the treasure before like word spreads and like some other black dragons like,
Yeah.
now's my time.
Yeah, I mean that's
Oh,
that's the thing about not declaring yourself the Black Dread, right? Someone else is bound to do it because if the guy who gets to judge is gone, then that's a free for all.
You just
No,
keep
yeah.
killing people who've claimed themselves like
But if
Black
they
Dread.
don't know we've killed him, we can go there and loot the treasury. Then they can figure out who's the Black Dread. I don't care.
So here's the thing: he's gonna have minions with him. Those black dragons are gonna flee. Yeah, ostensibly.
Well, it's gonna be harder with the storm, but yes.
Yeah. So then you have to outrace them.
Well, only if they stay long enough to know that he's dead.
I mean, they might try and make their move, sensing that he's been weakened without knowing
It
for
could
sure whether
be,
he's dead.
yeah.
I mean,
Hopefully they're all paranoid enough that the other ones will make
they're
him.
paranoid, cowardly, and cunning. That doesn't mean they're intelligent, right?
And cruel. The main Black Dragon thing is cruelty.
Cruelty.
Just love hurting things, making them squirm and playing with the food.
I feel like we're just misunderstood, really. Like,
I don't think so. No.
that's literally
I-
the traits.
I've been trying to
Most
understand this for
tyrannical
Cicatrix. Yeah. And every time I read this ring, the current emotional state certainly reverberates with cruelty and
murder.
revenge and murder. Are you sure you're not a worshipper of Lord of Murder?
Hey, I've been offered some knowledge.
You have. You're yet to act on it.
Well, I need this area secured. That's
Well,
next on my list.
I mean, this area was secured, right? Like your next goal could have been to
Yeah, but then I
fuck with
looked,
Baldur's Gate.
and there was still a giant icon that I hadn't resolved.
Boromir.
No, Severus.
Severius is a giant.
Oh, he's huge.
Like compared to like the other icon we dealt with. Come on.
Oh, yeah, but again, it's the thing I've wanted to for a while, but then shit comes fucking up like whatever I'm doing, and I'm like, all right, you gotta deal with this first. I'm like, no,
All
that
right.
was some free time. I need to fucking get
There
Severus
we
the
go.
fuck out of here.
That's right. What's your free time spent doing? Murdering.
Yeah,
What's your
Killing
What's your
things.
work time spent doing? Murdering. All right. Good job, Ari, holding it together during the fight with the Avaleth. You didn't
Oh,
go down.
Lord.
That's good.
A couple worse saves, and that said, it certainly is a sign that when something fights the players where they're strongest,
Yes.
boy, do they have a bad time of it. Because there's, this was a deadly encounter.
Yes,
for one.
I got pretty low on
And,
fucking hit points, man.
Imagine being enslaved by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could have been enslaved
Carried
right there.
away.
It'd been like, well, shit.
I don't want like that.
Only the death of the master can end that domination effect. So,
Just fucking drop the entire bottle of. Well.
They say, like, I'm sure I'll
didn't
kill
work.
it.
Guess I'm taking a flight. Chuck.
I mean, like that's where the story goes. If you get dropped to zero hit points and hauled away, like it's like, well,
Yeah.
bye. Hurl this to the obelisk.
Yeah. Done and done.
I'll figure the rest out. We're Cicatrix's soul.
yeah. There's some enemies, particularly an aboleth like this, that just has a power that is kind of the only targets dominated things. He has a thing to dominate people that only targets dazed creatures, right? And he has an attack with dazes, so he kind of has to ramp it up with allies that then enable him by dominating or dazing things for him.
That is good design though, and it's a turn from how 3rd edition and earlier editions operated, where there's a setup before the character is fucked.
Oh yeah. I mean, there was a chance, but
Absolutely.
only that one that actually managed to go through, and then fail because his attack bonus with it is lower than all his other attacks.
Yeah. Well,
But
I
it's
mean,
sort of
all
meant to be a
editions
thing
is
you
just
do
like,
when you
oh,
capture someone, and then you sort of sit
Yeah.
and concentrate on their face for 10 minutes, and then you're done. But in battle, it could work.
It was I enjoyed seeing all those minions, like groups of that actually able to fling around the burst powers that I have accrued to
Yeah.
deal with minions.
Those also, I mean, I say that about a lot of the things from Aboleth because it's true. Really, those are particularly nasty minions too.
They
They're,
are. Oh, would you like 10 damage and be dazed, or 20 damage? Like, that's gross. Like,
you're like, I don't want
get
either of
away
those
from
things from a minion's hit.
me. Pass. Like, this
Generally
minion
bad.
can daze me? No. No thanks.
Well, it's up to you, right? You're picking poison.
Yeah. God. Yeah, that was absolutely a situation where that was my epic destiny. Everything
yeah.
I built
Yeah.
towards to be able to do that. And
Oh,
that was nice.
Yeah, it's like the thing where it's like, oh, they try to so they just keep trying. They just can't understand that doesn't work. They're just like,
Like,
maybe
Well, here's
this
the-
time it'll work.
Here's the thing, some other things, is it spoiling? All of their attack stays. It's like,
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
even because it's like they gotta hit you though. They gotta do
Right,
something.
that's
Right? They can't
true.
just like ignore you. You gotta try to just bring you down. And bring more of the Slayers, I suppose, is the answer. So right now, it's not your problem anymore.
the Slayers were like a really cool touch too. Like that
Yeah.
was I like seeing those like attack against reflex, gross, like multi-element type, gross.
Yeah.
And then like it's not just the damage as well, but it's also a daze effect that you can't save against. Gross.
They
And then their
are
recharge power. Gross.
they have captured plenty of people for those experiments.
Yeah.
Those are not a limited resource for them. So they're slower than the rest of them.
Okay. I felt good that fight. I still had like survivability and defensive powers to spare, and I don't expect to do that well against any other fight because that was specifically the one that I wanted, and now I've chased them away across the world, and so I can't have that back.
Well,
Come back, sworn nemesis.
I'm sure they'll
need
What if
come,
I
you.
go there
you
and
know.
help? I can say hero of Neverwinter.
That'd
my
be
time.
sweet. I just leave the region one day. I'm going to Neverwinter. Aboleths flail their tendrils in confusion, like, we left! Why are you here?
You want more? That's the biggest
finally, though,
insult.
finally though, they did get the knowledge they sought.
They did, yeah. And they were like, yeah, it's not worth it. Just leave. I'm even here anyway.
This dragon like teleports after us, ignores like our powers, has some sort of poison from Talona, just rubs it on you and you die.
It's not good.
So it was like a couple of drops too late.
Yeah. Put it on a rag, rubbed it on an Aboleth. Aboleth had a -10 to the save. Dies. Pass. I'm good.
I think too we might be at a new highest XP per highest XP per session so far.
For
the
this
hard
one?
goal,
Yeah.
the hard goal plus that fight.
I'd go plus the
Oh,
fight.
hell yeah.
There was the very close one is the Astral Kraken fight. That's almost the same, but there's 900 XP's difference. So you know.
Ayo, we're setting records.
Piles of minions.
Good chunk. We have 65,000 XP to go between levels 24 and levels 25.
All right, let's kill Severus.
I think that's going to be a hard goal.
I think it's
Probably.
gonna be a hard goal.
Hmm.
I mean, I would be okay if it was a medium. That would mean that our chances of success were bigger. You know.
There is significant opposition.
I feel like there will
That-
be.
That is an epic tier dragon with hundreds of years of of story there and preparation
Yeah.
and resources.
Could be a whole like 30 level game to lead up to this. And now I'm just gonna try and destroy
Nah,
it.
Severus isn't that important.
Just
it's not
remove
because-
it from
What
existence.
do you think his epic destiny would be?
I don't know. That lazy dragon.
Sad coward. What does he end up doing if he just continues on?
There's got to be like
Nothing.
epic destinies like pertaining to like manipulation for like power. You know.
He's just sitting there. Yeah, it's like
Cyprius could be more powerful and greater than he is, but he's limited by his own internal fear, right?
yeah.
He's held back from doing and actually utilizing the power he has by the gnawing knowledge that someone will at some point unseat him, like he unseated the one before him,
Yeah.
who was unseating the one before him.
That could be paralyzing, and it has paralyzed Cyprius.
It is
Now,
crippling.
yeah. If you declared it, if you had just declared yourself the Black Dread, his fears would be realized, for the day has come. You would try
Yeah.
to unseat him.
I liked getting the Umberly invested a little bit.
Yeah, that was a great idea.
I feel like that was
Why have an Orb of Storms when you can have the Chosen of Umberly?
you know.
It's a good thing you invited him into the city instead of saying you can't be here.
Yeah. Hey.
All right. Well, it's a good thing we got some practice with your powers, because you know we're going to be getting into a fight next session.
Yep.
Another one.
Another one.
Another-
Yeah, I'll have to think about how do I resist Black Dragon, Tar, horrid acid fire. The answer is I don't. Just take the damage.
Just tank it.
Maybe knock him unconscious.
Yes.
I mean,
I bet
I
Bill isn't his biggest defense.
just hit that Avaleth bastard today.
Is this the one that's gonna fail us?
Wouldn't it be some shit if the first one to like shrug off the Mind Blade is Severius?
You don't know it, but he lives from only coffee beans. He can never be conscious. Eat them constantly. Yeah.
That's how his breath has become like so.
Ugh. See him, it's just like shaking continuously. Red rim dies. Just,
Here we see the fields and fields of coffee beans that like his
Yeah.
servants grow to like fuel
pour
his.
them into the hole.
That would do it, you know. So
What a moment! He just laughs and says, "I heard of what you could do." Like what?
I have not slept in years.
I used to be a white dragon, but the black scales of the bags under my eyes, they're spreading.
I mean, what a thing that would be like. I can't sleep. They'll come after me if I sleep. Answer: don't
Oh,
sleep.
yeah.
No sleep.
I mean, it's not wrong. I think that most black dragons probably have sleep deprivation, honestly. Maybe that's why they want to inflict pain upon others so much. They're sad.
Mad.
Sleep deprived. Really, they're the victim, you know?
Yep, no. The question you have to think of for next time is if you drop him to 0 hit points, if you actually are able to, and he doesn't like find a way to somehow escape, would you want to just knock him unconscious so you could save him for a ritual?
I considered it.
Think
Look,
about that.
right? I
I mean,
mean, it's
Sethiston knows that technically his essence could be transferred to a different draconic body, and
yeah,
having
it's sad
him
that
as
he's in
the
Baldur's Gate.
having him
Damn it.
as the Black Dread, you know, would be
Damn, it's a shame Zethazyn's in Baldur's Gate.
terrible.
What that means? Maybe your draconic essence could be transferred.
We just
to
gotta
another
liquefy you first.
You could skip age categories.
Imagine
No.
you turned into goo, and then
What if your breath operated on a
I
recharge?
refuse
instead
to
of
have
recurring
stomach
death?
problems and diarrhea for the rest of my life.
well, then
And
don't
on
eat
that
Really
note-
hard to respect a dragon that's just like farting and shitting all the time because he eats poison food. I'm sorry. This guy needs to go.
It's a strong note to end it there on.
He's
Can't top
like
that.
tar pits. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, you know,
Shit. That's what he is. That's seen it. I know it. I know it to be true.
Next Friday, then, March 4th,
That'll be the plan, yeah.
we throw down with Severius, then.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm already looking at like rings to switch out for resistances.
Array your powers accordingly, because it's not like the
Yeah.
Abeles had treasure for us.
No, they
No,
usually
it's
don't wear
not.
anything.
Unbelievable.
Really, aberrants are the worst fucking people to slay. They don't have shit.
Well, it's just like, just like how adventurers feel about the undead. Fight
Yeah.
dragons as I want to. I fight undead because I have to.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's true. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
With that, though, speaking of sleep deprived,
Yeah.
thank you for watching.
Farewell.
This will be our the end of our episode today, and YouTube, of course, you can just click next. Well, which you'll have to wait until next week.
Dun dun dun.
Good night.